on our screen here in just a minute. Any second I'll be on the screen. There we go. So we're going to pick up where we left off in Chop Chop Inc. Okay. So for those who missed what this game is, you're working for your former... Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you're working for your former employer. Well, they weren't former at the time. And you stamp documents, and you have yourself a coffee, and you're doing all that kind of stuff. And then what ends up happening is you just unceremoniously get fired, and they eject you from the building over into this area I'm heading to right now. And you decide, by goodness, you are going to get your revenge, and we will pet the chicken. The chicken has been pet. And you decide you're going to get your revenge, and you're going to make sure to knock them down and all that good stuff. I need to make food. But, so you got over here, and the way that works is you got your former employer over there, right there. And so you got a bunch of different things you do. You got a little turtle over here that asks you to do stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, he's up here now. So you got a little turtle up here, and he will go and he will, attack your competitor. You have your little, government thing here where you know, get your different stuff that you slowly make the city of Wooden Holly better and better. And then you've got all of these missions that you grab, and they overwhelm your stuff. Very Mysteria-esque. Now, granted, those aren't randomly generated missions. They are static missions, so you work through them. They might get to be to the point where they're not automatic, or they're not static eventually. But that's where they're at from there. Did I have stuff to drop off? Yes. But yeah, so you work on all that. And it is the thing about, like, kind of slowly working through getting everything unlocked. I'm trying to grab food out because we need to eat. There's the firewood. That's more mushroom. Those are marshmallows. At some point I should fish, because I've been ignoring that. But yeah, so it's kind of fun because it's got some, like, really silly humor around it. I could definitely see where some people would find the humor to be a little off-putting. It's, humor-wise, tone-wise, what would I... It's very Goat Simulator humor. So, like, if you're someone who... You played Goat Simulator and went, oh, I love this humor, you'll probably love this game. If you're someone who's like, I really did not enjoy that humor, you probably won't enjoy this game. But we're kind of in that last thing of working through getting these recipes and all that done. And all that stuff. So, I need to eat because I keep hurting myself. It's a real problem. So we can make mushroom soup if I had leeks. I have not grown any of these things. This is something we haven't done forever. So let's just go... Bell peppers. Carrots. Leeks. Pumpkins. Lettuce. Tomato. Corn. Okay. And you can die in the game. Obviously we have health. You can also die immediately, if you want an example. But death has no, like, meaningful penalty, so it's no big deal. Oh, I need sticks for that. That's interesting. Golf clap once more with feeling. Yep. So we need the sticks. But yeah, so what we're doing is we're working through those things. If you look at the top window, that's my market share. So like right above there. And so F is my former employer and W is me. So we have 46% of the market share and they have 54%. You start where they are completely ahead of you. Alright. And this is not a game where you have a bajillion tools to track. The tool you use, it's your axe. And you want to know what other tools you use? You don't. It's an axe. Oh, you grow really fast. Okay. Okay, so those grow super fast. So now let's see what we can do. So I've got mushroom soup, which I have the spiky mushrooms, we can make that. So let's see here. I'm missing those mushrooms, let's grab those. There's the spiky mushrooms. Alright. But yeah, so what we'll end up doing is once I've got some food... When did I get all my health back? That's fine, whatever. Okay. So, what we're going to do here is I'm going to check for any furniture we got in here. And I'm going to run up to this thing, because I can't be bothered to checking what stuff goes where. I'm just going to keep catapulting these off into the abyss. And then we hit the button to deliver them to town. Oh, right, we died. So we just delivered a bunch of furniture to town. So we'll get paid for it. None of those completed a contract, sadly. So we need parasols. And I'm missing palm wood for that. So the last thing I did last stream was I did go up and get all of the upgrades so that we could have the trees grow faster. So I'm going to end up needing to run back and forth, kind of filling in the gaps. One thing I ought to do is after we get this load of palm wood, let me take 2 seconds to see what it would cost to upgrade my axe again. See if I can't get this down to just 1 whack per tree. Because different trees have, like, different life hardness. I don't know what the stat's called. They take more hits. And so if we can upgrade our axe, we can save ourselves some hits. We also have not figured out how to climb the top of the mountain yet. But I have a feeling that's one of those things that will unlock. Another thing I should probably do... Let's actually make this the priority with this batch of the palm. Is there's teleporter doors all over the place in this game. That'll take you to the various areas where you're like, this is where the crystal wood comes from, that's where the stone wood comes from, that's where, like, the palm wood comes from. So let's get those teleporters online. Okay, so we got all the palm trees sorted. So you need 10 palm wood. Okay, so we need 2 glass, a doorbell, and some nails. Oh, I think I can actually pin that, can't I? Why does it say... Oh, it's saying 6 because that's what I have on me. That's fine. Have you tried fishing yet? No, I need to do that. In fact, let's run by here. I did grab the worms, the yellow worms, which are probably the easiest ones, so we could try this. And let's pet the duck. The duck has been pet. Oh, once you put it there, it's just set. Okay, that's interesting. Spends all day going with the flow. That's... words. Okay, let's go over here. We can chuck the extra wood we've got in here over there. So we need 2 glass. So let's grab our 2 glass. I need 10 nails. So we'll grab our 10 nails. And I need a doorbell, and I believe I have to buy the doorbell. Okay. Okay, so I can get that done. But first, before we run over there and get that connected, see we got a bunch of parasols and chairs and all that. So like I've been doing, we pop over here. Drop those in. Fire the cannon. And eventually we'll have enough of those that will complete quests, and when we complete the quest, it'll be like, oh good, you did the thing. And each time we complete the quest, we get a little bit more market share. So I'm running over here to get ourselves the teleporter. Because if we get the teleporter, then the next time I need palm wood, I just teleport over. I'm not going to grab the palm wood right this second. What I'm actually going to do is get this teleporter built, and let's check what materials I need to upgrade this axe, and let's upgrade this axe. Okay, so that's another door open. Yeah, so we've got 2 of the 5 doors. Yeah, 5 doors built. Yeah, so it shows what's there, but it doesn't give you those things. All right, let's check what the axe needs. So the axe, to upgrade the crystal axe, I need 10 crystal wood, 5 electric wood. Let's see here. Ten crystal, and I'm assuming I'm out of electric. Alright, let's go get the electric wood real fast. And then we can also pin the recipe for the teleporter up here. I love the little hamster. Ding dong. I did that. Alright. Yeah, so a big part of the earlier game is just figuring out how to get access to the next place. So you're like, okay, well, how do I get to the area across the water? Oh, there's lava here. How do I deal with the lava? They're not going to spoil the details on that for people who end up wanting to play, that you can kind of figure it out as you go. But, like, it's a lot of that kind of thing. And you see the duck. You're no longer welcome here. I need to get out of here. It's curious. There may have been previous... Oh, yeah, you could point over there and flip them off even from there. I was curious, there's like occasionally these llama, they're like Trojan llamas or whatever. Okay, so 10. So I'll drop off the 10 wood. So we need a doorbell, glass, and nails. Okay, so if I go up and swing first, I can get that. Okay. Yeah, so that goes to the next area. Alright, so we got all that. Let's see if we can open this. Yeah, my assumption is when we hit 130 century... I wonder, can we see stats on here? Character. We're age 35, height 1.76 meters. We're currently unemployed. Your body, a heroic, squishy masterpiece sculpted by years of soul-crushing office work. Pure willpower and revenge somehow keep this frail frame ready to chop trees and craft furniture. So we have maxed out our strength. Our stamina and our speed are not quite there. We do have, like, the different things that we got going on. Oh, interesting. So destroying Fernox is its own thing. Okay, that's fine. I was actually curious if there was somewhere that it was like, here's your tally of how many trees you've cut down. Since my theory is that sign means that 137 trees will get, like, our stuff. Let's drop down here. We should have more than enough. Okay. So I will need to order another doorbell. We already know we're going to be doing 3 more doors. So there's the doorbells. So to upgrade it again, I need 10 electric wood and 25 crystal wood. Okay. So we can go here and go. There's the electric wood. I need 25 crystal wood. We can upgrade again immediately. So that requires 20 electric wood and 50 crystal wood. I'm sensing a pattern that unfortunately has run me out of crystal wood. Alright, we will chuck the remaining wood in there. And let it be used for whatever it needs to be used. Okay, so I need for this. We already have the wood up there. I've got that. It's safe to assume I'm going to need 2 glass for each of these, so I'll grab the 6 glass. And I'll need 10 nails for each of these, because they're all kind of doing the same pattern. So I'll need 30 nails. And I'll assume I'll need 10 of these for up there. We already got the stone wood. I'm trying to think where the other ones we haven't done were. Okay, that's fine. So I'll run up here and do this one. And I know there's no one up for the crystal wood. Oh, there's one up by the lab up there. That's the one I'm forgetting. Yeah, so we got the crystal wood, this one, and the lab. And I believe with that we'll have all the teleporters hooked up. But sadly, not enough that we can instantly knock him down. Probably getting close. Because I'm assuming the fully upgraded last axe will probably let you one-tap all the trees. It feels like something they would set up. Okay, we can build you. Okay, we've got that teleporter set up. Time to move on to the next spot. And so up here, there was a thing about being like, oh, I need to find a different way of getting up there. That you used campfires to make it most of the way up here so you didn't freeze to death. But then when you got near the top, it's like, nope, this isn't going to be enough. My theory is it's going to be a food buff or something like that. That will have some type of like chili or something we make that buffs it. Okay. And that sled's where we found a sled scroll that we need for a bunch of our quests. Okay, and immediately build it. I'm kind of looking around here. We didn't explore this super carefully the last time. It could also be something silly like we get the worms here and we get like the fire snapper or something like that. That, you know, warms us up or whatever. Oh. Halt! This area is closed. Seasonal accidents only. Do you have permission to enter? No, of course you don't. This snow is not yours to walk on. What's up? Freeze. I was built to guard this place. I don't forget my purpose. Do you know how long it takes to look this intimidating in a blizzard? Move aside, I need to go. No respect. I will not be disrespected in my own frozen jurisdiction. I think I'll have to give you a proper beating to teach you some respect. Finally, a proper fight. Again. Let's see what you got. Let's go then. Okay, you win, just don't tell the others I lost to a worm creature in under 5 minutes. Dang. I didn't even use my vacation days. You wanted to fight. Okay. I was expecting to get something made from fishing. Quest spot. Northern Ice Cave. Hey, you there! The one with all the limbs still attached. Do you mean me? Yes, I need your assistance urgently, preferably before we become decorative ice sculpture. Could you come over here and break the ice to get me out of here? Will do. Thank you. I was starting to get cold in there. My name's Nitro Nico, professional stunt penguin, and future legend. Hello, what happened? What happened? Ambition happened. I was practicing a new stunt. Triple barrel roll with a double reverse newt spin, but I underestimated 2 things, which were ice and gravity. Mostly gravity. I didn't land the jump, crashed straight into the ice wall, and then the whole pile of ice came down on top of me. Those icy troublemakers froze around me before I could get out. Sounds dangerous. It was dangerous. That's why I did it. But enough of the past. While I warm up a little, can you help me prepare for my next stunt? How so? First, we need to make some preparations. Head up to the abandoned ice igloo and borrow those skis. We'll need them for the stunt later. Come on when you got them. Skis, got it. Take risks is tattooed like on his gut. So, that was probably another treasure map. Old treasure map. Frozen Lake. Alright, we'll have to deal with that in a minute. It does concern me that that igloo has a shotgun at it. Oh, yeah. Perfect, you got the skis. Okay. Now, I'll tell you some more about my plan. I want to leave this frozen wasteland once and for all. I've had enough of ice and snow and cold winds. But I want to leave in style, you know? Tell me more. My plan is simple. Build a giant ramp, hop on a stunt sled, and launch myself off this mountain into a chilly beach area I have heard about. If everything goes according to plan, I'll land as a legend. If not, well, I'll still land. Sounds insane. Exactly, insanely great. And that's where you know it's a good stunt. To get enough speed, I'll need the biggest ramp this mountain has ever seen. I have everything planned out, you just need to construct it. Do you think you can build it for me? I can try. But first I want to continue exploring. I see you, spy alpaca. Clearly have to go around to the other side. Wooden skis. And we'll hurt ourselves terribly. I wish I had made food before I ran out and hurt myself. Isn't there little Trojan horses? I think they're like Trojan alpacas. I could be wrong. I think it actually mentions it in the progression here. Oh, it just says wooden spies. No, I guess that is a horse. So I could pin that. I already know I need a bunch of this, so I'm just grabbing it while I'm standing here. Another thing we ought to do is once I teleport down from here, I should go into the stone area. This one. And let's see what the worm's other recipes at once are. Because then I can get the worms, so when I see the fishing areas, I can just unlock them and get whatever their goodies are. Okay, so you want duck stew, crab bowl, mushroom soup. Okay. Duck stew, crab bowl, mushroom soup. Let's see if we can make that happen. I will need to grab the firewood out of there if I haven't already. Alright, let's see. Okay. Crab bowl, done. Duck stew, done. Mushroom soup. I need a little bit of birch to make firewood. Okay, we can go over here. And then over here. Alright. Yeah, I can posture protect. Okay. And then we were missing the mushroom soup. And we can make the fish stew, which need more improvement. Or I can just make the pancakes. We would like to eat the pancakes. And these are extras. I thought there was a second one in here. Oh, we get the boombox. Okay. We can kick that over. So we got the tables and the hoverboards. Is there a benefit to eating health versus throwing yourself off a cliff? Not, well, not really. You do get the Hey, we finished a quest. We do get the benefit of, like, the stuff you eat gives you temporary buffs, but at the same time, eh. Alright, so I need to get the ramp's materials. Then go here. There's 30. Need the 20. And 30. Alright. It's probably going to be Applewood. I need to go up here because this is the only one of the teleporters I'm missing. Could also be Birch. So let's get you all sorted. Ah, it's walnut. Okay, so I need some walnut wood. So if we get our 10 walnut wood really fast for that, we can have all the teleporters made. And I can fast travel around wherever I need to without having to, like, run back and forth as much. Okay. Yep, so grab all these, we'll run up, get the teleporter. Then I'll visit the worm real fast, because then I can use the, give them all the food to get all the worms. And then with all the worms, I can go around to the various fishing spots. And just get whatever their stuff is. And that'll be the last one over here. So let's get the teleporter up here. Then we can go to the worm. Then we can teleport all the way up to the crystal area, build the giant ramp with a penguin, and see where that goes. And then meanwhile, that's gonna like keep letting us finish up more and more stuff. Cool. So we've got that one. Now you can build your ramp. Oh, I meant to go to the worm. That's fine. We'll build the ramp, then I gotta go bug the worm. Okay. Nice. Now that ramp is huge. It's a beautiful ramp. Probably violating several safety violations. You outdid yourself, my axe friend. This turned out better than I imagined. I have an extremely vivid imagination. Every time I look at it, I can practically hear gravity screaming my name. It's gonna be awesome. Glad you like it. Alright, next up, the most important part of the legendary stunt, the sled. I spent 5 grand minutes designing it. Every detail has been carefully considered. Some parts might seem ridiculous, unnecessary, and physically questionable, but I assure you that every one of them improves either the aerodynamics or the style. And between you and me, the style is at least 50% of engineering. Sounds fun. Oh, and I've got a little surprise for you too. But let's save that for later. A true stuntman knows how to build suspense. Well, I kind of wish I didn't get rid of that boombox like 10 seconds ago. But you know what? That is what it is. Alright, so let's go to the teleporter here, go to the worm. And get the bait. Okay. Cool. I mentioned one of them was lava bait, so this is how I place the lava. So let's go down here, we'll fish in the lava real fast. And then there was one for the ice area, and then it said one that was salt water, which means it's going to be the beach. So we got scorchlings. Gives me another recipe. So let's run up here. We could use the door to teleport. And go to the beach. Wrong door. Okay. And now I go to the ice area. And so first thing I could do is get this. We're just discovering all the different fish. Just one. I'm curious what caused them to trigger another go for it. That's fine. Okay. But now we do have this, which is the map. So it mentions the frozen lake. So somewhere on the frozen lake, there is an X. It vaguely marks it over here on this like left side of the area. There you are. Okay. So we've got all that. So let's teleport back down and see what we've got going on with our production line to keep things going. And also, I was curious, so... The perfect dish for a hot summer's day. Be careful. Eating it too quickly causes brain freeze. Fiery hot fish roll. With a little salad, it burns twice. So strength, speed. Let's see if any of these specifically mentioned anything about heat. Alright. And as a curiosity, let's go down here and see if any of these mention anything. Dark magic in a cup. I was just looking to see if it had anything that specifically was like, oh yeah, if you're cold, this. Alright, let's go over here, see what we've got going on. So nothing's gotten produced here in a little bit. So you're waiting on the hoverboard, which needs light bulbs. You need stone wood, you need palm wood, you need light bulbs. So we need 20 more light bulbs. Oh, there we go. I was trying to figure out why I wasn't going. Okay, so you're making the light bulbs. Add recipe, metal ingots. Okay. Do until you have 500. Okay. Add recipe, screws. Okay. Do until you have 100. Add recipe. Piece of glass. Do until you have 100. Add recipe. And the nails we've actually been pretty okay on, so I won't bother adding more nails. So you're still sawing all the things. Yeah, so you need light bulbs. You need stone wood. You need palm wood. Okay, so palm wood and stone wood are the holdups. Oh wait, did I get myself enough to upgrade our axe one last time? I know I was working on it, then I completely forgot about it. So I need a little bit of electric wood. You know what we can do real fast? Before we get too committed to that? They gave me coffee. Gave me 5 planks. I'm curious if there's anything like good in the machine. So it gave me hot dogs. I'm curious if we get the 3 poops, what happens. Yeah, so it seems like the planks give you a random crafted material, processed material. The hot dog super spin, that just gave me 46 iron ingots. Yeah, so every once in a while we get a super spin that gives me like almost like 15, 20, sorry, like 12, 15 times the amount of resource. That is interesting that just gives you a bunch of stuff so you don't even have to like craft it. I still don't know what the 3 poops will do. And we'll head up back after this ring. Yeah, so that's a cult that worships the slot machine. It could be that that's low-key, like, its actual jackpot. That's, like, you know, heavily implied that it's, you know, bad, but it's actually good. It feels like the kind of thing a game like this would do. Alright, so let's toss you in there. Alright. Drop the iron in there. I'm missing a tiny bit of electric wood. Let's go grab that last little bit of electric wood. We can upgrade our axe again. Actually, I don't even remember if this game has Steam achievements. It does. There's actually quite a few of them. And I'm going to not really pay attention to what those are till I finish, like, the obvious things in the game. I'm sure getting, like, all of the spy Trojan horse things is probably one of them. Does the duck still try to shoot you? Yes. If I run up, he goes, "You're not welcome here." And he shoots at me. Did you die to that? Oh, you know what? I haven't died to that. You're right. Alright, duck.
Boom, chicken whack whack.
You're no longer welcome here. Reverse duck hunt. Okay. Hey, calm down. Alright, so we were going here. And it is fully upgraded. We have the peak of what axe can be. Checking all the various bits of stuff here. Yeah, and these were spares that I don't need now that I kind of need to get rid of. There. Alright, so none of you have gotten stuff there. So you're still waiting on light bulbs. You're waiting on palm wood. What are the light bulbs waiting on? Oh, they were waiting on electric wood, so we actually have the light bulbs. Okay, so we need the palm wood. Let's go over and get ourselves some more palm wood. Okay. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to go in and probably get the, get the fan and the screws and all that made myself. Let's start by going ahead and we can chuck the palm wood into this. Alright. There's a few more hoverboards. And you're making your paracels. Okay, so let's see here on what we've got. So I need to... So we need a boom box, the hamster thing, and the rocking chair. So let's go to recipes. Let's grab those. There's the hamster one. It's okay. Just one. I need the rocking chair and the boombox. There's the rocking chair. Need just one of those. There's the boombox. So I need one of those. Alright, so now I just need some raw resources. Well, we can get the parasols. Chuck those in there. Okay. So I need 8 of those. I need a couple of screws. I need some iron ingots. Okay, so another thing we're gonna need to do here is, let me grab 12 of these out real fast, because we're gonna switch what wood we're doing. That'll help with that. Alright, so now I need you to carve 2 things for me. So you're gonna remove that recipe. And you need 2 of those. You just need 2 birch wood. I probably should have tons of that laying around. Okay, you work on that. Couple more hoverboards to launch. Little by little, we're getting these done. Okay, so just gotta wait for that to get done, and we'll have everything for Nitro Nico's stunt rocking chair. Did you ever give the gopher money so his brother could fly from out of the Bahama? He was in Haiti, and actually, yeah, he's inside the machine, but like, he supposedly upgraded this machine, but I have yet to see in what way it's upgraded. Like, I've used the machine plenty, but I don't see anything here that, to me, makes sense that it is actually doing more. Okay, and you need stone wood. Are you down to actual birches there's the hold up? Well, that's not good. Okay, more hoverboards. Okay, we got another one done. Okay, we got everything we need to do Nitro's thing. All right. I've got stunts to do and a vacation ahead of me. You're welcome. The ramp is built, the sled is ready, there's only one thing missing. What's that? A soundtrack, of course. While you're doing all the hard work, I made a little song as a thank you. I'd play it for you right now, but I accidentally left the tape in my igloo in the back of the ice cave. Could you bring it to me? I need some relaxing auditory support for my catapult myself into destiny. Wow, very cool. All right. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Sweet, harmonious sounds to calm the mind before a completely reasonable stunt. I hope you like the song. Every legend deserves a soundtrack. Ah yeah, nothing beats a calming song, thank you. Nice. Everything is ready. The ramp, the sled, the soundtrack, all that's left is the stunt itself. Head up to the lookout over there and you'll have the perfect view of my greatest stunt yet. Once you're ready, give me the signal and let's make history. Alright, break a leg, Nico. Well, I got credit for it. Check the beach to see if Nico survived his stunt. More importantly, did Nico's sick beats survive the stunt? That's the real question we have here. Nico? Hey, buddy, sorry, I'm having a dream about launching myself into space. How you? Good, you? How do I look? Pretty relaxed, right? I can't. I'm being killed. Stop talking to me. I'm dying because these crabs are dumb and still getting to hit me while I'm not doing this. So he missed the dialogue because he's being murdered by crabs while I was trying to talk to him. Oh, we can now go to the top of the mountain. So that kind of sucked. The classic games, if you're gonna trap me where I can't do stuff during dialogue, you also need to make it so the enemies also can't do stuff during dialogue. Yep, so no idea what happened with Nico. We didn't get closure on his story because I had to skip dialogue. Big ol' bummer. Yeah, they do that now. So each time I come back, they'll do it again. Why am I doing this? I literally have the automatic thing happening. Stupid crab. Okay. So we can drop all this stuff in here. Did I toss the other treasure map inside the chest by chance? Because I already grabbed the treasure. Yeah, we already grabbed that treasure. So I'm kind of surprised it didn't delete the map, because I feel like the other map got disappeared when we did it. Okay, so with that, we got a thermal hat. So last time I was walking up this ramp when I instantly died. Okay. So basically, Nico's basically like, I'm done with this stunt stuff. I just want to relax here. You should do the same. But here's this thing I don't need anymore because I'm just going to chill out here on the beach. Okay. That's reasonable. Thank you for looking that up, because it was definitely one of those things that, like, the stupid crab was just chomping at me. It's like, come on, man. What do you want me to do about this while you're just eating me and I can't do anything to protect myself? Alright, so 8. You slow mode your clip to read it? I appreciate it. So we need the batteries. So I only have 3 of the batteries we need. So grab the 10 of you. Right, so let's go back over to this machine. Because we need to go in here and say add recipe U. Okay. We'll say 20 more. Add recipe U. Okay. 20 more. So we got 5 more parasols. 4 more hoverboards. And the stone soapbox car. And you're out the electric wood again. Well, they're working on the palm wood. We can get the electric wood. They also need the stone wood. Okay. Oh, you know, I bet you the birch I have the wood. I bet you what I don't have is I bet you I don't have it queued up anymore. Because there isn't, as far as I've seen, there isn't a thing to be like, hey, keep, you know, this much in stock. Okay. There's gonna be something that is used for, but we haven't seen anything obvious. Because I kind of wish there was, like, an option to be like, keep 10 of this in stock, keep 20 of that in stock. So you kind of just keep shoving materials in there, and it won't just overmake stuff, and I won't have to, like, reset the recipes. It's possible I've overlooked it. That's kind of the sort of stuff I was hoping that we would get when I, added the other beaver, whatever it was, into the machine, is that we would get, like, a little bit more advanced control of being able to say, like, hey, automatically add recipes for quests I take, or, you know, trying to do an inventory and set the limit so I can just kind of feed the raw materials in and it will slowly figure itself out. Okay. We grabbed a ton of wood. We'll see how that helps us. Drop you off, drop you off, drop you off. There you go, there you go. Yep, uh-huh. Done. Sorted. Okay. More parasols. The Flintstones cars. Okay, so they are making batteries. So we can check here. So I do have 3 batteries in there so far. And you're already out of stone wood. And you're just waiting on palm. Ah, we're waiting on the hoverboard, and the hoverboard also requires the batteries. That needs more electric wood. Oh, are you out of... Gotcha. Add recipe. So I'm not actually sure you do anything with the electric wood. It's like the big logs. I think honestly you Okay, so we turned off the production limit on the electric wood entirely. So that should unstick this. Alright, there we go. Now I can go up and check what the main elevator is. Okay. Okay. King of the Hill, reach the top of the mountain. Destroy all the stone figures. Okay, so we did get all the stone figures. There's not... I'm definitely not supposed to be climbing on this. It's really glitchy. So we check progression. We have destroyed 86% of those. Okay, just drop down to this side. I would not be super surprised if there was a place to drop down on one of the sides to get like one more. Well, that's the thing. There wasn't really a great place for me to drop down that I saw. Now we can keep looking. Oh, we can take the pin off. Well, that's interesting. I'm pretty sure what I'm seeing out there, I'm pretty sure is where, like, the cult group is. Because it definitely feels like there should be more up here. Yeah, we had the cairn that we broke. Okay. We can go here. Drop off the parasol. Alright, that was another one done. Okay, that was all the parasols. Alright, so what we're missing here is I need just regular old boards. And I need, basically it's stone wood and apple tree. Okay, drop you off, drop you off, drop you off. Oh, we had another one of these Flintstone car things. Okay, so we need stone wood and apple tree. So I go to the apple wood here. You remove that recipe entirely. You remove the stone wood recipe entirely. That should get that done. And then you... Yeah, you don't have the recipe here anymore at all, so let's go here. Birch plank, okay, 100. Alright, so we want stone, wood, and apple trees. So give me the apple trees. So have apple tree wood, coconut. Yeah, and you just need the boards themselves. Alright, so that needs stone wood. So let's hop down to where the stone wood is. Okay. And with the stonewood all collected, I can hopefully get those vehicles done. And they'll just be like, whatever's the next thing that pops up on the queue, we'll just go out of our way to get that going. And I can double dip to get some of those quests done multiple at a time, but if we just work through the queue, it should clear everything out little by little. Alright. It also appears I'll need to get birch going again. Okay. That's a little stonewood in here. Put that to use. Okay. Stonewood, stonewood. So with that, we should get these going. And if we're lucky, we'll get that entire list done. Then we'll be down to hoverboards. And the hoverboards are missing just regular old birch. All right. Part of me wishes, and I mentioned this the last time, I think one really nice upgrade to get, like, very late game, like where we're at now, is where you walk over there and I'm telling it to, like, make the palm tree. Make it just take a bunch of the different wood, and then just kind of have an option that's along the lines of, like, okay, just give me, like, just kind of rotate out the different woods one by one or randomly or whatever. So, you know, it'd be slow, because you wouldn't be concentrating on any one given wood. But it would be a thing where it just kind of gradually works through all the different wood types. And I think it'd be totally fair to make it an unlock as well, that you have to unlock all of the, like, the fast-growing things to then do it or something like that. That way it's strictly a really end-game thing. Okay. I figure if I get a bunch of these all at once, just chuck it in there and not have to worry about it for a while. That seems to be my role now. We got the automation set up. Is just queuing up the next project. figuring out what wood we're the lowest on, or has the immediate need, I guess is more accurate. And then running over there while the other stuff's producing its thing. Because at the moment, I've actually got a pretty good surplus of ingots. Because I let it run the metal trees for a very long time. Okay. Okay, so it's basically a ton of birch and applewood. There's 100-something logs we just got there. Oop. The coconut. That's weird that that's saying hoverboard on that one. So you need the planks. Okay, so I got to unstick that birch plank. Okay. There we go. So weirdly, I was like stuck thinking it needed to make more of that. You need more electric wood, always and forever. You're making ingots, basically always and forever. Let's see, if I were to look at something like the birch wood, okay. So, we can do amount per cycle. We can choose to wait on resources. We can enable production limit. So if I turn on the production limit, it'll make 10. But it will continue indefinitely making them. Yeah, it is birch planks. Oh, it probably hasn't hit the button to pull the birch planks it's cutting in. It's probably chucking birch planks in here en masse. Yeah. So it's just catapulting birch planks in there. But that button only clicks every so often to suck them all into the inventory to do production. So more than likely that will get all of that done. Also more than likely is we probably need to go over here and switch you over to electric wood. Which I'm sure I'm out of yet again. Kind of waiting to see it do its thing. It's got to be happening soon, right? Alright. So bear with me for 2 seconds, chat. What I'm going to quickly do is stand up, stretch my legs. I'm actually going to get around the corner so I don't have to listen to the machines. But, I'm going to quickly stretch my legs and all that stuff. And I'll be right back, and we'll pick up where we left off to get the next thing on the queue. with this point, we should be able to just work down items one at a time. We should be in pretty good shape. Now everything's not a ridiculous disaster. All right, be back in a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. All right. What do we got going on here? Do we got hoverboards? We got hoverboards. We got hoverboards. So let's go ahead and put you in there. Smash that button. Okay, so you want 16 wooden Holly City tables. Alright. Wooden Holly City tables. Okay. And you would like 16 of them. So that's just glass and iron. I really wish there was an easy way to check on the inventory. So we've got that. Yeah, so the electric wood is the one we're short on. So let me go ahead and run up here while that's processing. This door. We're gonna switch the auto cutting tree whatever thing to doing that for a while. Awesome, I'm just cutting everything down in our path at this stage. We'll probably need every tree we can get. Okay. All right. So like I said, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to run over here. We've been cutting birch, or I don't remember what we were cutting. We're cutting palm wood. Let's go over to you. You're now doing electric wood. So we can get that caught up in stock a little bit. Now we can just influx a little bit of those. Okay. So with that, we can pop over here. There's the 16 by cannon. Another quest done. Wooden skis from the cannon. All right, except we are looking for wooden skis. Wooden skis, and I need to make 10 of those. I probably just have the materials from that right away. Meanwhile, while that's processing, let's pop in here. I would love there to be any kind of a sort to this. Can I move these around? No. So we got the electric wood is being done. We've got birch just sitting here. I've got halved apple. I do not have walnut. We do have a lot of walnut materials laying around though. So what we'll do is while that's processing, I'm going to run over here and I'm going to cut down some walnut. Because I think that's the best way I can contribute now. Is just watch for whatever we're not in great shape on. And each time I queue up something, while it runs for its like 2-3 minutes or whatever it's got to do, take that time to just go collect all the wood we can. Let's just grab the birch while we're here. I also kind of wish it wasn't as sensitive about like hitting it right on the line. I do sort of wish it was like games like Valheim where you can just kind of smack the tree wherever it's like, yeah, it's good enough. It's not a big deal. But for stuff like this where I'm just running around trying to go through trees really fast, it'd be kind of nice. It's also curiosity, we got that big red gem. It's like, this gem is good for royalty or whatever. I could see that being, one of the new factions we got right towards the end were like, you know, the bourgeoisie or whatever. And they've asked for some, like, ridiculous stuff. I could see them just having one. It's like, ooh, give us the big ruby. You know, so instead of something you craft, it's something you find in the world. Because we've had a few things where we had unusual recipes where, like, I had to buy something, and then package it inside something else to then ship to someone because they weren't allowed to buy it themselves. I.e., we smuggled. What we did. Alright, so let's run over here. So drop you all in. Okay. I'm imagining it's here. It just might have gotten to the point where we can't see it through the floor. That's fine. I'll just go here, add recipe, ski, do one more time. Okay. Because I've got 9 of them. Cool. And go here, 10 skis, and we hit the button. Alright. 1 coconut bra by drone. Add recipe, let's find the coconut bra. It's here, I know it is. I'm just skipping over because I'm scrolling too fast. Okay, and this one's by drone. All right. Let's see. You displayed a level of competence usually reserved for people with yachts. Completing missions will gain market share. The more market share means more power. More power means more influence over Fernox. This is the long-term strategy of bringing down Fernox. That is useful. A cubic globe. We're looking for a globe that is cubic. And one thing I need to do is, let's go ahead and I need to switch you to attack. Hey Bracken, thank you so much for the stream streak. I do appreciate it. Because we still haven't done the objective of catapulting stuff at Fernox. So we need to get 1,000 money worth of furniture and throw it at them. So the interesting thing is I'm pretty sure the coconut bra for the purpose of the game counts as furniture. So I'm looking real fast. So you are worth 24. Yeah, so we make 50. I'll take care of that. You want stone beanbag chairs for the cannon. So I'll add in after that the stone beanbag chair. And I'll need 8 of those. That's gonna take a hot minute, so while that processes, we'll need to go and get more stone tree. All right. We can run up here. Kind of curious. There's going to be one of the spy drones, like, behind one of the lava waterfalls or something. Okay. Cool, so I can run over here real fast and chuck that in there. Okay, so about to get that done, I'll switch back over. Okay, so while that's going, we'll switch you back from attack mode to delivery. Ship's wheel decoration. Okay, we can add that. So you need 12 ship's wheels. Okay, ship's wheels. Where are you at? Okay, so being okay, and we will need 12. You know, the reason I chose to do like the coconut bras is the thing. I'm just gonna launch a ton of them at it. Is they're from the coconuts, and we have been getting those coconuts forever. Yeah, I've got 225 just coconuts floating around, so it's like, okay, just go for it, man. Yeah, I want to go and, like, upgrade all these to have them done. A stone beanbag chair is certainly something. Yep. Okay, so you're still doing good on both of these. How are we doing on the electric wood here? We're doing good. So it's looking like stone wood might be one thing to consider on there, and palm wood would still be something to consider on there. Okay. You're switching back and forth, so you're doing it in batches. Okay. You know, we only once had a mission board show up for Bobber. There's nothing else I need, right? Okay. Nothing else you need. Okay, it gives me a wheel. I believe that's my 12 wheels. Yep, we can deliver that by cannon. Alright. So you want a wood PC, a garden chair. Alright, let's get this going. So you want a wood PC. Alright, not down here. Wooden PC, okay, make one. A garden chair, a garden table, a deck chair, and a gaming console. There's a garden table. The garden chair. A deck chair. And a gaming console. Alright, so first, a weird thing to send at my former employer. 50 coconut bras. Okay, toggle you back. We haven't had the coconuts be used for anything else, so I'm going to turn off the production limit and just let it go. Alright, now we need to run over here. Are you shooting poo? No, I'm shooting coconut bras at them. It's certainly something. You want a stone beanbag chair. Just one of them. And while that's going on, let's pop over here real fast, because we did get new missions from some of the people. Alright. Literary nightlife. Our book club is becoming surprisingly popular. Please upgrade the venue so guests can discuss chapters in comfort and style.
Yeah, well.
Themed book night. Our next book club meeting is a tropical theme. Craft is a couple of outfits. Okay, so that's our first one we've got that is a duplicate. Reading classical literature is incredibly exhausting work. It requires constant physical stamina. We need a sweet dispenser to quickly replenish our energy. All right. So we can go over here, and you want me to send one of these chairs by drone? So you want a candy dispenser. Candy dispenser, where are you at? Sell a candy dispenser. I didn't see it the first time. It is possible I'm missing blueprints. What the heck is going on? I am manufacturing things. I don't see the candy dispenser. So let's take a quick look at this to see if any new things showed up, maybe? No. We'll just move on. All right. 6 golf clubs. So let's go down here to the golf clubs. Produce 6 of them. Okay. In the meantime, I want to go to this. Let's check all of our cooking ingredients in the box here. Just to clear out a bunch of inventory. There we go. Okay, and we could send the 6 golf clubs by drone. So progress-wise, we've got a bunch of these that we've won over in a big way. It's mostly the big ones here is the Champagne Committee. The Champagne Committee is the one we haven't done much for. Futuristic table, futuristic diner table, and futuristic chairs. Okay. Those are near the top. I'm a liar. Okay, so futuristic chairs, okay. Oh, you are going to be expensive. All right, so 12 there. Futuristic dining table. I need 2 of those. And then futuristic table. I'll need 3 of these. And all of those require batteries and circuit boards. How am I doing on both those fronts? Because I'm sure it is upsetting. I've got 22 and 9. Not good is what those are. Alright, so add recipe, do this. I know I'm going to regret this, but 100 and 100. Meanwhile with you. Edit recipe, no limits. And how are we doing on a bunch of this stuff? So I've got a bunch of the electric wood there. We're out of the metal stuff, but we do already have a bunch there, so we can probably wait on that. And I need to attack with 3,000, and it was 50 makes... It was about 50 makes 1,000. Alright. So in the meantime, we can leave the electric one going. I don't think I need to make a run for the stone, or the metal. How are we doing on our supplies? The pine is getting low. Or, sorry, the palm. I actually have a bunch of the palm. It's just not being cut at the moment. Let's go to the palm. That's not what I need to do. Let's go to the palm here and go add palm wood. Okay, 100. Now probably fully exhaust our palm, but that's alright. How are we doing on reducing our coconut supply? Yeah, it's another precious stone. Oh, you know what? Let's see, because you're super greedy, and I haven't gone into your area in forever. Okay, so you've got those. Alright, so we got 2 gemstones. Let's go to the hamsters and see if we have any new dialogue with them, because I haven't gone down there since we started. Let's actually check a few things. We haven't checked with any of these NPCs in a very long time. Oh, and we also have to test this. Get shot. Kind of really expecting it to shoot me where it said stop, don't go by. Okay, never mind then, I guess. Alright. Let's go check over here, make sure there's nothing new. Okay. Check on the hamsters. Nope. Well, it was worth peeking. I see you. So how goes the progress there? 93%, so there's probably one more left in the entire world. Well, that was easy to spot. It's right there. I was just thinking, it's like, you know, honestly, it's probably going to be right by the beginning, because I'll have overlooked it, because I wouldn't have known to look for it until then. It's literally, like, right there in that bush. Did I not finish it? Oh, yep, it's done. I'm actually surprised that's not an achievement. Let's see. Drop you in there, drop you in there. What was the point of the mountain boutique? Was there a purpose of going there? There was an achievement for getting all the, like, stone art things broken, and one of them was up there. I didn't find anything else up there. I did run around. It is possible something else needs to happen before that does anything, but... Yeah, so you're making batteries. And the batteries are waiting on the electric wood. And we are endlessly cutting electric wood over here, and we already have the upgrade. So that's just going to take time. Oh, did you actually run out of coconuts? Alright. I'm going to be honest, I actually wasn't expecting that to happen anytime soon, but sure. That does mean I'll need to get some more furniture of some kind. Granted, I still have coconuts laying around everywhere from where I was doing the palm trees for so long. Okay, so let's go ahead and we can chop down some electric wood to keep this thing moving along. That's you. Yeah, so it looks like the straightforward hidden stuff in the world. Right on. Alright, so... Hold on, there's like a deep groove in the ground over here. Weird. I keep low-key expecting that we're going to be able to do something with that faucet. Like you just, like, turn off the river or something like that. Alright. Just get a range of wood. That way, while we're waiting for the electric wood to produce on its own, I'm bringing more in. Okay. I feel like by now we've had to cut down more than like 3,000. Or, sorry, 1,300, whatever it was. Because sure, I'm only cutting them down in ones and twos. But each time we're going out, we're running around killing like 20 to 50 trees. And it's not that many passes that takes it up to 1,000. The verdict on Luz Lagoon, like, I enjoyed it, It's got some problems. The biggest problem overall was that it had pretty hefty screen shake you couldn't turn off. Which again, that could just be like one easy patch later. It's very linear. It kind of reminds you of like a My Time at Sandrock, or My Time at Portia, just without like romancing the peep or whatever. So kind of a I don't want to say simplistic version because that doesn't feel fair. But like a more straightforward, linear, however you want to go with it. A lot more whimsy, but it is definitely one of those things of like line up the next quest, get the next 10 things that you need to take to the thing to unlock the thing to line up the next quest, that kind of deal. Which again is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And thank you for the Gigantify. But it is one of those things I could also see where that might not really be a lot of people's cup of tea. You understand why I put screen shake in any game like that? You understand the explosions, but walking and cutting trees, etc. is nauseating? Yeah, that's, And weirdly, there's a lot that do it. Like, very weirdly, it's not a very uncommon thing for devs to do in a bunch of those games to, but like, really aggressive screen shake for whatever reason. Okay, so you're stuck waiting on batteries. And the batteries are stuck waiting on the electric wood, which I do have the auto sawing thing doing that. And I just brought a bunch of stuff over. All right. So we've got all that going. So what you can do in the meantime is I'll run over here and I'll cut down some trees. I could have, I feel like that would be another duck spot up there. And maybe the idea is you go over here and drop down on it. Or like glitch your way up the wall. Weirdly, now that I think about it, when we were first exploring, like properly exploring, I did find like an underground area that was rectangular and all that, like it was some like sort of but it's like a rectangular corridor kind of thing. And I'm suddenly realizing I don't think we no, you know what? I bet you the rectangular corridor that we were finding, that was probably like where the hamsters were all at. Drop all this off. Okay, we can drop off that stuff. Okay, and you are able to make more. Okay, so it looks like we've got all of the chairs. So now they're just down to the tables and all that. That seems to have grown a tad. Yes. We've almost got the futuristic table and all that done. Which are just churning away on the electric wood, which is good. Okay. So let's take a look at our wood inventory. So the birch up, yeah, birch is fine. We're good on birch. We're doing pretty okay on apple. We've got some palm. I'm not seeing the walnut, but I think that's because we keep processing the walnut down into all the other stuff, which is fine. Honestly, I got way more coconuts out of it than I expected. But can I just buy batteries? I've got, like, what feels like infinite wealth. No, you can buy the circuit boards, but you can't buy the batteries. And I believe... I was checking to see, with some of that stuff. Yeah, so I got a bunch of the ducks as well. Okay. I was gonna chuck a golden egg. Because I haven't done that yet. And how are we doing on the electric wood? Because we've got that going. It's basically we're on that last little bit. We're pretty much out of coconuts again. So we've got the 2 tables. So now I just got 3, sorry, the 2 dinner tables now. Now I just need the futuristic other tables. And it will be good. And how are you doing? It's just, yeah, it's just electric wood. Just always electric wood. We just go back up here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna gamba. We can gamba while we wait. Because I'm still curious if we get the 3 poop marks, what happens. Okay, we got super spin, so big reward. Money, gross. Nobody wants money. I'm also curious if we'll get anything interesting from this, like, I almost feel like there's going to be a hidden material that you, or a hidden item, I should say, that you can only get from this. I don't know that that's true, but that's kind of the thing a lot of these games will do. Like, it'd be like a silly cosmetic, or, you know, some kind of like weird gold upgrade or display item. I could also see it being, we're missing 2 pieces of art. Or two of Chester's memories or whatever. So I can see that being in here. I could see a treasure map being in here. Okay. Yeah, so it gives you materials with the planks. Or sorry, it gives you like processed materials. This will give you straight up logs. Okay. I am noticing that, like people mentioned before, I haven't seen the poop mark in anything but the 3rd slot. Alright, so this will be the last roll. Yeah, because none of the art buttons do anything. Alright. We'll cut down the trees on the way down the hill, because it's just like right above our house. Okay. It'll also be interesting, since we're just doing the recipes as they come up versus like any type of strategy. I'm gonna have recipes like these ones where I had to like grind up a whole bunch of batteries and a whole bunch of stuff to like get that going, so it's taking a little while. And I'll have like, okay, do a chair. It'll just be done instantly. So drop all of you in here. An emotional rescue ring made out of dough. A donut. A pizza. Oh, I got a lot of pizza, okay. Okay, so we need 2 more of the tables. And that's waiting on... the wood. And there we go. Okay, that should be everything I need for you. You're in the correct position. So 2, 3, 12, and cannon. Alright. We got credit for 2 globes with a cannon, so I need 2 globes. All right. An upgraded wooden holly table. Okay. So for the upgraded tables... Oh, it's literally... It's the same thing. It's just one where it shows the town heavily upgraded. Okay. So we get 8 of those done. And yeah, like slowly we're just knocking our way down the contracts. We started where it was like 38 on there. We got 25. Okay, while those are being produced, let's make another run at the... home for purpose of getting the coconuts and all that. Yeah, so if I get the 150 coconut bras, then those will be enough to do the 3,000 bucks. Worst case, I could just chuck some other furniture in here. But I'm kind of just being like, alright, let's just work through a list. Versus these are the thing I don't really have any other use for. So, I can just chuck them in there and slowly build those up while I'm doing the palm wood. Okay. It'll be easy once we start knocking it down to where we just kind of just need to trash the place. That'll be the easiest point because I can just chuck anything in there. So there's that. We can put the meat in here. Okay. So we've got our 8 upgraded tables. So let's send those by cannon. We need 4 disco balls and a boombox. So we need to do that. And then a boombox. Okay. Now we're gonna make the greatest party ever. Solve all the missions of the League of Little Rascals. So does that mean I no longer have any missions for the League of Little Rascals? Okay, so yeah. Literally, we're going to exhaust these. So I need a chain shelf and a floor lamp. So let's go ahead and get that. And a floor lamp. Okay, floor lamp, floor lamp, floor lamp. There you are. Okay, so you need light bulbs. Let's get those queued up again. Okay. We've almost got enough of those. Right. So the one thing we're sitting there is the candy dispenser. I haven't seen a candy dispenser anywhere. Which means I'm probably missing a blueprint. Did I revisit going down here? We went down this way like forever ago, and I don't remember. If I ever came to check back on it after like all the leveling and all that. Could deal with that spot in a minute. Yeah, I think it just looped back, and then there was that hole you could fall into and die. Okay. That's basically it. Alright, where else could we have stuff hidden? Not really a good way up there. We haven't gone up to that parasol over there. Let's see if we can't drop down to that parasol. Okay, nothing there. Okay, I see there is a duck there. Now, obviously, I'm not jumping from here. So it could be I get in that cave and drop down there. It could also be that I go up top and drop down. Yes, I think that's a rubber duck right there. Trying to think, because it could also be that we have to go up to the winter area maybe and drop down. Because from the winter, being able to go to the top of the mountain, I should be able to reach most of the map by just working my way down from wherever we end up. Let me also check over there. Maybe there's something on that side. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's meant to be climbed. Yeah, so I think maybe I gotta teleport up to the snow area. And I work my way down. So drop you off again. And you. There's the lamp. So you do the chain shelf and the lamp by drone.
Yay!
Okay, we need 2 more outdoor floodlights. Alright. Okay, so let's try, while that's all processing, let's go up to the snow area and see if I can't find my way around there. So, for where they jumped over to the, yeah, where he jumped over to reach... the beach area, he went up here. Yeah, that's the beach area down there. I don't think I'm supposed to be up here. Okay, it said I was out of bounds and killed me. Fair enough. Okay, and we can drop 2 more floodlights in, hit the button. Then we should have enough coconut bras. I can go like this. Yup. Sell a globe and a flat earth globe. Okay, let's go over here. I'm assuming the candy dispenser is a hidden thing in the world. I'm really at a loss of where I might be missing a spot, though. Globe, and there's the globe. And a flat earth globe. Okay, and send those off with the drone. All right. Oh, it had all the extras. Surfboard shelves. All right, no problem. We get 2 of those. And they're getting pretty low on all this. I'm sure pretty soon we have to swap things over. Alright. It makes me wonder for, like, Oh, we got 2 done. No. No. Okay, my bunker's secure, but until something happens, and it will, my thoughts are still exposed to electromagnetic field mind reading. Could you supply us some tinfoil hats? Just in case. I'm not saying I own a cannon. I'm just saying it would be irresponsible to not have ammunition ready. Elevated survival. Lightweight, practical, and easy to deploy hammock keeps me off the cold ground and away from the crawling threats. And ready whenever whatever comes next. Truth verification. In uncertain times, asking the right questions is important. Very intimidating chair would help get some answers. I need a simple, sturdy solution, a place to gather around, warm, and share tales while resting. It must be strong enough to withstand whatever comes our way. Urgent, they're almost here. We need fast, pokey solution. Hold back those creatures long enough for the group to regroup, resupply, and fortify. Do not underestimate them. Every second counts. I can already hear them coming. Alright. So we need 3 wooden spikes. Once they saw those near the bottom. And you need walnut logs. Okay, how are we doing on our reserves for electric wood? Are we doing good enough that I could swap over to walnut logs, walnut wood? No. There's literally none. All right, so let's go get some walnut. Yeah, the electric wood seems like it's the big one. For a while it was the metal trees. But then I did take the time with the metal trees to, like, just have the machine running the whole time with it for a while. A good chunk of while I was, like, exploring the map and accessing new areas. That was the whole thing. Okay. One thing I have to check is before I put these walnut logs into the storage, let's check our walnut recipes and make sure I don't have them set to, like, just go unlimited or anything like that. Because I think previously I was like, oh, there's nothing that uses the walnuts in their log form. What's interesting is pretty much all the art plates I've got recipes. There was no real hard search for the recipe. You know, usually it had like this almost like glowing ring around it or something. I can definitely explore up on the mountain top area, not necessarily the peak. This is a very definition of urgency. Okay, so you require that. Let's go to you. So you have this set to only process like 10 more times and a bunch more times. We're going to remove the beams and all this from here for right now. We're going to leave that alone. Now we're going to chuck this in here. Chuck you in here. Yeah, give me the cooked stuff just in case I need it. Okay, we have our 3 spiked things to send with the drone. The thing I don't know is where I could even look for the candy dispenser. You want a fire barrel. Okay. And you need firewood. I believe I put a bunch of firewood in here. Okay, we can go ahead and get rid of that. Okay. Maybe ask rival siblings if they know other candy Spencer? If you're in good terms with them? Piece of cake. Rival siblings? I mean, there's those two. I didn't look if there's like candy dispenser here. And I haven't seen a way to talk to this at all. Oh. Okay. I mean, I don't seem to be able to interact with them at all. Okay. Didn't you make some candy-involved thing for the girl earlier? Yeah, but the girl is the only one I finished the stuff for. I don't remember if we made a candy dispenser. But I've looked over this and I haven't seen it. They're making the comfy chair 3000. Alright, before we deliver that, just in case we get double dipping contracts or whatever. Underground planning room. If things go sideways, they always do, we'll need a suitable command center table to coordinate efficiently from the basement. Dual-purpose equipment. A good survival tool should serve multiple functions. Cooking, dinner, and protecting from are both important. Upgrade my kitchen equipment. Alright, so we can go ahead and pop this in real fast to complete the next thing. So 2 pans, 6 pots. Yeah, my assumption is there's a blueprint out in the world. While that's processing, let's go and run around the top of the mountain real fast. Like, see if I've, like, looked over or missed anything. Let's go into the cave where we saw what's-his-face. They did find some blueprints in here. We had found a blueprint up here for the skis. This was one of those spy things. Okay, that looks fine. Yeah, we already got the treasure chest. Yeah, and we climb up here and look from up here. Yeah, I don't think that's a place we can climb up. Alright. So let's go up here farther. There's a circuit board for destroying one of the spy things. Nope, that's definitely not it. But it is interesting that there's an area I can go under there. That kind of makes me suspect that there is something down there, I just didn't follow the path correctly. Actually, go over here. There's a path down. Doesn't go over there. Yeah, I don't think we could follow it that way farther. It's just a weird design choice, I guess. Feels like it should be something. And those platforms had one of these spy things on it. Let's just double check. Okay, nothing this way either. We did find a rubber duck, though. couple other ideas I have. Okay. So. Alright. So we can't go back in the elevator there. Because this giant tree here is able to break a big bunch of chunks of ice off of this thing. We did have, like, the one chunk of rocks. But then there was nothing else here, which feels weird. But also definitely feels like you're not meant to walk around here because you get, like, weird, like, glitching through textures, that kind of nonsense. Which usually is a strong indicator. Oh, hi, just show me the world. That's clearly out of bounds. There's an invisible wall there. So last time I went wide that way, and it killed us. Okay, we're close to where I want to be, because right along this right side somewhere... It's not really where you want to go down. Along the right side somewhere is that umbrella. That's where I'm aiming for. So it's like, there's a duck up there. There's not a duck up here. So not particularly useful. There's a place we can climb up over here. We did it before. And it was curious. But we clearly like glitched out of the map on this side. Yeah, because down into like down in there as like getting all through the terrain and whatnot. Yeah, so that just goes down there. We've already been down there. Let's just go drop us down where we already were. Okay. So let's go see what we even got going on here. Because we walked away for a while. So drop the little bits of wood I grabbed along the way. And that. I got a waving cat statue. Alright, let's go and send these with the cannon. We all know the world is flat. Okay, so we need a flat Earth globe. Alright. So a flat Earth globe. Okay, one of those. Oh, you're out of glass. Oh. You ran out of crystal wood. Okay, well, let's check our inventory here real fast. So, we do have a singular unit of crystal wood and 2 have crystal wood logs. Let me grab those. And I guess we got to switch that over to doing the crystal wood for a while. That's not going to be enough. What am I thinking? All right, let's see here. So, do we have a bunch of do we have a bunch of the electric wood, or is it still stockpiling? Still stockpiling. So, let's just go up. We're going to go and do a run for crystal wood. So we're actually here for wood this time versus ignoring that. Your friend Adam was a flat earther. Conversation with him are entertaining. I have a great deal of difficulty taking anyone who genuinely believes the Earth is flat seriously. Most of the time, I just assume they're trolling. That it isn't a serious stance or anything like that. I know there have been people who truly believe it, but it's one of those things that, like, out of all the different, you know, conspiracy theories and all that out there, it is one of the most easily disproven, considering you can get a stick and string and go... I don't even think you need a string. You can just get a stick and go in your backyard and measure to prove that the world is, in fact, not flat. To such a degree that that experiment alone, you can pretty much calculate the circumference of the Earth within a pretty reasonable margin of error. And it's one of only, like... It's one of actually, like, several dozen different ways that you just at your home can prove it without any special equipment or any real effort. It assumes they believe in math. Let's see. You have a world is flat, with a depiction of a flat engine on your car. The number of people who think a flat earther is because of that. Yeah, well, I mean, there's definitely people who will claim to be a flat earther, but there's a lot of them, those claims are just being ironic and just being a bit trolly. Because, again, there's just so many ways to disprove it. For people who genuinely believe it, it's like, look, man, I can only hold your hand and walk you so far. Like, at some point, this is just you doing it to yourself. You can't logic someone out of a stance they didn't logic themselves into. Yep. No, I gotcha. That's what I'm kind of going with that. It's just like, for someone to genuinely believe that with the incredible amount of evidence, it's like, look, man, like, this is just on you at this point. So I guess since it's probably going to hold us up, I'm assuming, and just like yes, no answer, I'm assuming the candy dispenser is just a blueprint in the world that I need to find. What the heck was this cave? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, then I guess the next question is, have I been to the area it's at? As in, like, do I just need to be circling back through it, or is it like someplace new? And don't give me where it is. Like, I'm not looking to have it just straight up handed to me. I'm just trying to... So I have been where it is. Okay. Interesting. It is tricky. Yeah, because usually most of the blueprints... I didn't want to jump that far. Most of the blueprints will practically have a column of light over them, so you, like, missing them is very hard. I'm going to deliberately backtrack down here. And I know I've run around this area a whole lot. And I know I checked down here, but let's just double, triple check. All right. We'll keep working on the stuff we've been working on. My guess is that I have to cut down 133 or 1,337 trees, and then that box will be openable. That is my guess. I have no knowledge of if that is the case or not, but that is my current running theory. To be fair, I've cut down a lot of trees. Okay, so here's the flat Earth globe. Yeah, the fact that I'm still, like, with the electric wood, reusing every last bit of it. Sell birch beams at the cannon. Okay. 10 birch beams. 10 stone, or 20 stone wood. Um, 5 of those. And sell 20 crystal ceiling lamps. All right. And the good news is I finished that one. But the funny part was an old experiment with tubes to decide if Earth was flat or not. The guy correctly predicted the math for flat and not flat, but the seals on the tubing were Garbo in the Victorian age. Well, that's for people like actually getting, oh man, how it was way back like before we had so much of our knowledge nowadays. It was like literally people just taking, you know, again, like the stick in the shadow and all that. And yeah, you know, they're off by like several thousand miles. Or no, several hundred miles, I think it was. But it's still like, okay, if you're just taking a stick and like measuring a shadow to come up with the answer, and you got that close, it's pretty freaking good. So while they're making the lamps, trying to check. There's only areas I thought that, like some of these ledges up here, I didn't really check super well. Someone like Galileo, like way back, did a calculation for the circumference of the Earth, and again, it was like within a like single-digit percentages of correct. And again, considering like just measuring a shadow and kind of extrapolating from that, it's like, okay, but that's pretty freaking good considering what you're working with. So one of the other things I noticed is when this pad was over there, I was like, maybe I could jump over. Oh, I hit my head in the ceiling. Okay, I figured that was gonna happen, that's why I didn't do it earlier. But I was like, alright, you know, it's a video game. Real life logic need not apply. So that's 15 of those. And you need more glass. I assume you are working on it? Or do you run out of crystal again? Oh. It literally isn't processing that anymore. Okay, and go. Look at the ones there. Okay, where else do I think it'd be? Because I could also see just overlooking it. Like the noble duck there. Overlooking it in earlier areas. That'd been good. And the reason to say I could see overlooking it in earlier areas is just because it is one of those things that you go through an area, you explore it, and then like you get something that makes it so you can get to like a new spot in that area, but you don't find yourself coming back to it. Let's see, you're pretty familiar with most of the main Kerbal players on Twitch, and people come in saying the world is flat, as if they were the first person in the century to come in and troll, when in fact it happens every couple hours. Yup, pretty much. We already went down here forever ago. That was dumb. It's fine. It's fine. This will be done over... Oh, you're not done over here. Okay, you just process that now, so you have just a minute. Okay. So 3 more of those we can drop. Oh, wait, never mind. We don't want to drop those off. Right. Because they weirdly have a lot of those materials we need. Okay, 1 more. Alright. So, 10 birch beams. I don't need 25. I need 20 of that. Need 5 of you. And 20 of you. A futuristic dinner table. Alright, so let's go here to... Futuristic dinner table. 1. A hammock. Okay, let's see. Hammock, hammock, hammock. When you die in this, you get a way to die number, whatever. Yeah, I don't think there's actually, like, the number of ways to die that's got listed. Oh, yep, wrong one. So we make another one. Luckily, the hammock is cheap. Could say 10,000. Yeah, it's actually not that bad. If you look at the amount of money I've got in my corner here, if I was just making any furniture, we could get through that pretty quick. It's because I'm kind of being selective and just doing the objectives. Let's see, a wood holly city table. Or wooden holly. And then we'll also add the cannonballs while we're standing here, since it switched those. That was a drone one, so we can go ahead and do this. How are we doing on iron? I'm probably getting low. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to running out of iron. That's gonna be a pain in the butt. Still okay. So we actually do have spare electric trunks. All right, so let's go ahead and we're gonna need to get iron back in production here. Okay. So I need to get enough metal trees to kick that over. The thing I will ask, is it in that cults area? Because I did a whole ring around through that cults area and a whole bunch of stuff, but it's very possible that I missed it. Just because otherwise I'm not going to end up... Okay. I was gonna say, because otherwise I'm not going to end up in there, so I would just miss it and be running around forever. Where does that dock thing go over there? Can you jump in the back of the truck after they make the delivery? I can try. I don't think you'll be able to because it goes pretty fast. Alright. Okay. I think that's a strong hint. Okay, I got two different things we got going on here. One, we just found a painting. And it's cash down there. So that's encouraging. So let's go, first of all, to... get you sorted there. Because now we need you back to making stuff for making ingots. Okay, so you can work on that for a minute. Right, so now I need to go into Chester's little world so we can put up the painting here. Ah, the picture of Mount Everest. Way back in my younger days when I was seeking adventure. Tell me more. Back then, I talked a stork into flying me there. That was one weird bird. Because of the cold, it kept chugging antifreeze like it was water. Eventually, it could only fly in left turns. I guess it wasn't a good idea to drink that stuff. But at least we made it to our destination. Cool. Yeah, the stork was really great. I'll forever be grateful for him for everything he did for me. Unfortunately, we didn't have anything to eat with us, and, well, I was hungry, and he was there. Anyways, he tasted good and kept me warm. All that antifreeze made his meat nice and tender. I have to admit, I miss him a little. Well, anyways, thanks a lot for the picture. Okay. So, what we're going to go ahead and do is something absolutely sacrilegious. Give me 10,000. I really figured when I saw the money in there, that was going to be it. Alright, let's run around here. So after finding that just laying around, the painting that is, it kind of expects me to just find the other painting just sitting on the ground somewhere. Because the first one I believe we got out of a chest. Yeah, you're right. The last one probably is the 1337 chest. Yeah, I feel like I got... Oh, I think this is one of the places we had the Trojan horse things. I'm just trying to look around. It's not across the bridge there. And I'm pretty sure this is not one of the areas that got like one of the Trojan horse things. And I got the chair. Because part of me is low-key kind of expecting it to be something like this. We'll just have like the candy dispenser just out and about. Like I said, all the other ones are like pretty painfully obvious. Oh, it's a bunch of firewood. I was like, what? And I got there was another one of the spy things up there. I'm mostly right now trying to choose places that... I haven't been to in a long time. Toilet, bathtub. Don't get them confused. What about the slot machine? Well, I asked if it was back with the cultists, and people said no. Because that's the whole reason I was asking. That was basically, did I just need to sit there and, like, deal with the slot machine for an extended period of time? But I did get a no. We could drop you in here, and you in there, and you in there. Okay, so you still need more iron. Did you just stop having the... No, you've still got the, we've had this before. Where it, like, gets stuck with the wrong recipe. Metal would do forever. Okay, that'll take care of that. Alright, where else could we be looking? It's also a shame I don't really know like what phase it's in. Yeah, candy dispenser from a drone. Yeah, it's gotta be pretty late game. It's definitely gotta be late game, like... Right, because it'd probably be crystal, is what I'd be thinking. You probably need the glass for it. Because it's gonna have a big, like... a glass ball to it. So it's definitely like super late. So it's either going to be up here with like where the penguin was, or it'll be on the route up here somewhere. Assuming this is any type of like insequential or whatever. I keep leaning towards... Yep, knew that was going to happen. So we got this weird path down here, and I feel like maybe I probably got like one of the scout or like one of the spy things down there or whatever, and I just don't remember it. And I know there was a spy thing on one of, or there's something up on one of these. But I didn't go down and actually check the platforms. Okay. I was curious if they had, like, hidden ledges or something you'd see on the way down. Okay, it's the same area that's behind there. Yeah, so up here again. Alright. Like, part of me wants it to be at the peak only because we found almost nothing at the peak. But I don't think it is, because, like, the peak seemed like a pretty straightforward place to search. And I can't imagine it's going to be up there. Okay, that's another thing I was curious about, is if it was one of those ones where you could go in under the elevator. That was not the case. The door stays closed. And then on top of that, I wasn't able to, like, hit the button again from inside. It doesn't seem to matter which button I hit. Okay, it's coming back now. It's just this floor and above. Like, you got two buttons here, but no matter which one you hit, it takes you up to the peak, and then you can't take it back down afterwards, because I tried that too. And if you, like, walk out, you can't, like, walk back in. It closes the door behind you before it goes down. Okay. Nothing immediately around here. There's this one giant tree here that you can't interact with in any way that I've been able to find. So I want there to kind of be more. It's also possible that this becomes something usable later, and I haven't satisfied whatever the next step is to be able to use it. Because once you start climbing like this, you start getting all sorts of weird terrain issues that kind of tells you it's like, you're not meant to do this. I don't know what I'm seeing down there. Okay. Well, either way, I'm going to go down this way. So like I said, my justification for searching here is if it is a candy dispenser. So it's like, well, the ones that, I'm assuming it's like, you know, where it's got the glass ball and you turn the little winder when you put a quarter in it or whatever. It would need to be glass, and glass you get from crystal in the game. I've already checked that cave pretty well. We checked up top there. Guys, pictures of Pez dispenser? I mean, that's possible. It could be that style. The candy dispenser. Inside the snowball. I tried hitting it with the axe and it didn't come apart. All the other ones have been static things that lay on the ground in the world. So I'd be kind of surprised if they suddenly changed that formula now. What are you? Are you just lighting weirdness? You're just lighting weirdness. The candy dispenser blueprint. But I already got credit for finding them all. How did I get another one? Yes, that goes to show you there's still stuff we're missing in that regard, considering I've been through here how many times and I didn't notice that thing. Do you want a hint? A very loose hint. Because otherwise I might be running around literally forever making zero progress, which I'm sure would frustrate some people. Okay. Cannonball from the cannon. Alright, we could do that. Where did all the other ones go? Did I accidentally stash them? Yeah, I did. You have been in the cave under City View? Have you been in the cave under City View? Let me check that, because I don't remember. I would not have found this in, like, forever. So that hole probably kills us. Yeah, I guess the idea here is you're just supposed to look down and see the bushes. Alright. I could have spent the entire night looking for that and probably not have found it. Wait. But that one kills me. Weird. Well, that was what we were looking for. Sure. So, we need 10 tinfoil hats. So I'll need to go over here and get tinfoil. There you are. We can go ahead and get this on here. So grab that, and then the next thing I needed... I've already forgotten what it was. Alright, so we got you. We can drop you in here. Drop you in there. Alright, so you have that going, and the next one was for... They wanted 15 coconut bra things, I noticed. Okay. So now we're just trying to get these all done. The quest list is getting shorter. I do know the super fancy people. I'm gonna unlock some more quests for them and all that. That'll just be a thing we got going on. Alright. Yeah, big thing is gonna need just a boatload of money we're gonna have to do there. Okay, there's the tinfoil hats by Cannon. Alright, so we have finished the prepping, people. So we need one stone soapbox car. So the stone soapbox car... I think was down here. Then we ship it by drone. And knocking that list down pretty quickly. Let's see, what are the numbers? Let's see, what are the numbers at the top right of the Cannibal Duck logo? What are the numbers in the top right with the Cannibal Duck logo? What? 10 crystal mirrors. The Cannibal Duck logo. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, if you didn't catch on, I actually have it, like, and it's fine in this context. I play a lot of RimWorld, and so it's one of those things that we have, like, cannibal jokes follow us everywhere. And so it was one of those things that, like, I got to the point we were getting so many cannibal jokes in games completely unrelated. I eventually went and just made a thing where whenever someone mentions cannibal, it does, like, just kind of short-circuit it down to be taco. It's not actually a problem. But it was a way of gently... Oh. Okay, so the F is the company we started working at that we're an ex-employee of over there. That's their market share, and the 73, which is me, which is the W, that's my market share. It has nothing to do with the Cannibal Ducks. That's the reason I'm so confused about, like, the Cannibal Ducks, where it's like, what? There are Cannibal Ducks in the game, but it has nothing to do with the thing in the top. But that's market share, so we're slowly taking the market share, and then when we wipe them out, they're gone. Right, so I needed crystal trees. But yeah, so we just have a way, because it was one of those things that, like, the problem we had was not the, like, cannibal jokes. That was fine. It was the frequency. So usually the analogy I'll give along battle lines is it's like, imagine if you would, that once upon a time, maybe you were in high school, and you had a buddy, and he told you your mom joke. And, like, genuinely well executed, got a good chuckle. Like, a solid your mom joke, got a good laugh. And then he decided to go ahead and change their entire personality for the next 20 years of their life to be entirely around your mom jokes. For literally everything they say. It's kind of like the cannibal thing was getting to be a little like that. To the point, like, I was playing City Skylines, and this is City Skylines 1, not 2. And I don't even remember, like, what happened. It was like a big nothing burger thing happened in the game. And I had someone, like, rib on, you know, being like, oh, guess we'll have to resort to cannibalism. And it was kind of just one of those things that, like, that even the individual instance wasn't even the problem. It is just kind of one of those things that I'd gotten so tired with. Like, I hadn't gotten to the point where it's like, you know, can we tone these jokes down? Like, they're getting tiresome. But I didn't want to, like, time people out or anything, but I didn't want to go, like, that far, because it's not that big a deal. But it was definitely one of those ones that, like, for me, I had just gotten so tired of it. There's a funny your mama well, it's not your mama, so, like, if you're going on your mama, that's not right. What you're looking for, it's your mom joke. That was a whole thing back in, like, the late 90s, early 2000s, that was kind of borderline new material. So people were able to crack jokes around that and actually have it be funny. And then, yeah, then, you know, it got way overdone to a point that everyone would roll their eyes and be like, come on. Versus nowadays you hear your mom joke and just like, okay, come on, man. What are we, 12? But there was a point in time that arguably they would be funny. Because, like, the your mama jokes are, like, just an insulting thing. Don't be dissing your mama jokes. Let you be immature. I mean, you be as immature as you like, as long as you're okay with people talking about it. Okay, so we're trying to get whole thing. Like, you can have it where you can actually have one decently executed, but it is definitely one of those things, for your mom joke to be properly executed, it needs to go a long... What? Go to the marked location. Oh. Did I just get my last of the trees I needed for that chest? Because I'm like, why is it telling me to go over there after all this time? That seems like it might be the general area. Yeah, just so you know, we actually deliberately don't allow, like, names of politicians and all that in here. It's just one of those things that, like, the moment someone brings up a politician, regardless of, like, alignments, people stop behaving like adults and get all upset that you've said something negative about their party or the other party. So generally, we don't have a no politics rule, but we don't use political parties or individual politician names or stuff like that. That's the reason you got auto-mod. That's actually not even auto-mod. That was a manual thing that I added. Okay, well, that was... A golden axe. I hope it's absolutely terrible. Nope, that's 300 damage, as opposed to my fully upgraded axe's what damage? 240. Okay. So after you've cut down enough trees, they're like, look, man, we're just going to give you an amazing one. Yeah, I'm using taco as in the thing that you put, you know, a tortilla shell in that. I'm talking in a literal taco, not like a derogatory term or a nickname or anything. We're literally discussing the thing that is a hard shell tortilla, corn tortilla, or soft shell if you prefer, with, you know, beef or chicken, lettuce, cheese, whatever. Like it's not a synonym for something, it's not a reference for something, it's not anything. It is quite literally talking about a taco. Don't try to frame it like it's an insult, because I'm sure it'll end up being some like derogatory term if that's using that stuff. Contemporary politics stuff is too wild. Politics from the mid-90s has settled enough to study it about and talk with much controversy. Well, that's the thing. Like, that's the reasons why it's not like a strictly no politics channel. Like, we'll play games that, you know, in the game it'll have stuff that is like, you know, references to the old city or the old company towns and all that. And you can't really play those games and not talk about it. Like, obviously, if it's one thing, if someone just popped in here, like we had someone who, I don't even remember where it was, that someone just popped in, it was like, what do you think about, and it was some assassination of some person for, like, going into World War I. It's like, not much, actually, because why the hell would someone pop in there and just randomly be like, hey, what do you think about this, like, historic assassination? It's like, man, I don't think about it at all. Because why? And it's also those things when someone pops in, it's like, first time chatter. And it's something like that, you're like, okay. Why of all the things you'd pop in here as your first comment, is that going to be what it is? I don't even think it was Franz Ferdinand. Like, it wasn't like one of the main ones. It's some like random niche person that's like way down the line kind of thing. I'm like, I just like, man, I don't know anything about that. Like, that's the thing. It was one of those ones that we actually had to have someone like look up as like, what is this? And it was some like, again, niche person like way down the line. Not one of like the ones you normally hear about. Okay, so we got lava fish, ice fish, sushi, fish stew, pancakes. Okay, so let's drop the rest of this junk in there. Okay. Just trying to have some food. It amuses me that the glizzies penalize you. Alright, so you have the crystal mirrors. Okay, so you can go ahead and get crystal mirrors dropped off in here. Okay, so I need 23 deck chairs. Alright. And then lifeguard chairs and buoys. So, deck chairs, lifeguard chairs, and buoys. So, 23 of these. We need the lifeguard buoy. I'll need 6 of those. Lifeguard chair. Need 6 of those. And I'm going to go on the assumption that we're going to run out of palm. Okay. Yep, I mean, don't get me wrong. Making assumption could backfire. Can you shoot the coconuts out of a cannon? I mean, technically, yes. I could deliver the coconuts using the cannon, which would arguably be directly shooting the coconuts I can. To be fair, we have actually gone to our former employer. I have to set, like, we send furniture over a certain value at them by lighting it on fire as, like, a weapon. And I have been using coconut bras for that. Because it's one of the only things you can make out of the coconut shells. So, as I've been doing all these coconuts, I've been just getting copious amounts. It's like, alright, well, I might as well shoot them at the guy if, like, they're only here for value and don't do a whole lot else. Okay. So I can run over here. Drop you in here. Drop the wood in here of all the sorts of different types. So how are you doing? Okay, you're getting your last couple of deck chairs in. Now you got dark mode on. That add banner is bright white stripe that blinds you immediately. Fun. Twitch has had some pretty rough UX stuff recently. Like the banner that was on the top that was like, you could get extra, like, get bonus subs if you are vertical horizontal stuff. That very genuinely, that one. Okay, so I need 3 more. Okay, so it still has material, it's just switching back and forth. That's like one of those things that was like, it was that big. There was a screenshot on the subreddit where it was like showing the mobile app, and it was like, that was taking like the top third, then directly below it had like the sub streak or whatever for the channel, then directly below that it had like, I think it was the Audible banner or whatever. But it was just one of those things that by the time you got through like the 3 or 4 banners on them, of which like only 2 of them you could get rid of, it's like less than 10% of the vertical space of the screen was available for chat. And it's like, yeah, man, you gotta rein that in. I understand you got a bunch of different products and, you know, promotions you're trying to support. Fair enough. Okay, and we have done all the admin missions. So you need a crystal safe. Let's go ahead and get the crystal safe. Yeah, no, it's fascinating to me because that was always a big thing when I was doing mobile apps. Like, you treated every millimeter of your screen when you're considering mobile as, like, gold. It's okay to use it, but you gotta really justify taking up the screen real estate because it is just seen as, like, that important. Okay, here's a crystal safe. Alright. And we're really bringing down the number of contracts now. Stone baby seat. Alright. Okay, that's all the sporties done. $75 stadium seats. Gross. Alright, stadium seats. That's a major contract. Stadium seats, come on. Yeah, no, I don't doubt for a moment that I went past it. Like, trying to watch this as you're, like, zipping by is something. I really wish there was, there we are. I really wish there was filtering on this. Okay, so it's mostly metal. And then a little bit of, birch and all that. Yeah, it could use a little quality of life pass. Yeah. Be able to do, like, sorting, filtering, search.
Wow.
You display a level of competence usually reserved for people in yachts. Yeah, she represents, like, the bourgeois. You know, people of ridiculous wealth detached from normalcy. Okay. We need so many stadium seats. It's gonna be a combination of just needing lots of metal, lots of birch. And this might also be one that, while we're waiting on it, we might end up having to, like, chuck one or two others, like, smaller contracts in here. Just because of the bottleneck. There's 21 so far. 22, actually. So next one would be 4 wheel decorations. I will add that on there. And the wheel decorations are by drone, is what I gotta remember. Yeah, you're set to just basically make those forever. I mean, you're trucking away at it for what it's worth. Honestly, one thing I might even be able to do is with all these, like, various, you know, animal stuff or whatever, I could very well see it where we just grab all of this junk that's been popping in here, like the food and all that. Even if it's only a little bit, burn some of that just to get inventory space cleared. Ooh, did you run out of material for the steering wheel? You did. Okay, so I need walnut strips. So let's add on here. I'm gonna go grab some more walnut while we wait, because I'll probably need more of that too. Okay. You what's ironic is that you're playing it's playing PC component ads. That's stuff that's insanely expensive nowadays. Right, at the same time, if all that stuff is like at massively high up prices and you buy it, you know, someone's making a lot of money. Because some of those prices are up for like valid reasons and all that. But then there's a lot of times that, you know, you have a shortage on something, and anything tangentially related to it, they'll increase the price, even if it's not actually directly affected. Because as a company, you can get away with it. And it takes a lot for those prices to come back down. It takes, like, basically, it takes customers actually stopping to buy from buying the thing because the price is just too outrageous. Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking about price fixing kind of things. Like, price fixing is, you know, a bunch of people kind of getting together in some capacity. But it's kind of like just, you know, there was some shortages that happened with food a while back, and because of that, prices came up, you know, agriculture was impacted. And then, like, a lot of those things got resolved well over a year ago. That, you know, stocks are back up and all that. Well, like, the price didn't come back down. It's just not a thing they typically do. Once price go up, price stay up. Not always. There are times where prices will come back down, but it's... Again, it's usually, like, they've had to have, like, a real big dip in sales or something that, you know, puts the pressure on them to adjust that. First part of that, there's going to be a glut of used parts, very cheap when all the crypto companies go out of business. Yep. Got a pretty good computer. Only product Zomboid still has performance issues. Yeah, and that's mostly CPU. Okay, so we'll put the 4 wheels by drone. And get another one off the list. Okay, living room table with underlighting. A living room table with underlighting. New city project authorized. We need larger advertisement signs to provide helpful suggestions at every street corner. They should be bright, persuasive, and completely impossible to overlook. Can you assist in providing the necessary materials? Alright, so digital advertising billboards. Let's go. So, we need to pin that. Is that literally metal wood? Okay, I can get behind that. So grab me 6 of you. Cool, we've covered every single part of the city with advertising billboards. Minimalist excess. We require a handcrafted dining table that says, I respect nature, but also I own 3 yachts and 2 private jets. Make it rustic.
Uh-huh.
Little Maximilian needs to learn about property management. Fetch us a rodent mansion so he can practice evicting peasants before he inherits his family's trust.
Ching ching.
Okay, do we actually have enough hamsters? No. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to get some pickles and all that stuff. Let's go here. Pickles. 10. Chocolate cream. 10. We're still working on the stadium seating. So what do we run out to with the stadium seating? Birch. Oh, what I need to check? I bet you we didn't run out of birch logs. I bet you my recipe for doing the stuff with the birch ran out. Okay, let's double check. Birch plank. That's not the right machine. Birch planks. Cool. Birch planks. Get to work. Then we need to go over here. Some good old pickles in chocolate cream sauce. And we send that down to Hamster Mama so that we get more hamsters. Okay. So we're gonna run over here, chuck the hamsters in here, chuck some random bits of wood in there. Go over here, we can chuck these in here. Okay. Yep, so the stadium seating's taking its time. Same with the living room stuff. I think the poo, you just sell it. Is ultimately what I think it boils down to. Yeah, get those birch planks ready. So that'll let us churn out way more stadium seating. This should switch back down to the table with lighting underneath it, so we can get that one done. I think that was a drone one? Yeah. Too bad you can't send it to your old job. You probably can. That you can't shoot the F Corp. So yes, we can. I'm gonna hold off for now. The reason I'm gonna hold off for now is just in case there's one where it's like, send flaming poop. Or something like that. Like, there's a thing calling for it. Okay, so send the table over by drone. A Win Edition controller. Okay, that's the end of that one. So we need a Win Edition controller. Okay, we're up to 58 chairs. Just churning through them. And then 15 hover chairs with cannon. So let's get the Win Edition controller out of here. You kind of wish it's possible to override the automation process. Alright, you are just turning away. Cool. So you want 2 hamster houses, and then 15 small fences. And where are the hamster houses? I figured those were going to be down there with it. Alright, come on, hamster houses. Scroll all the way to the bottom again. There it is. It's at the very bottom. You're up to 70. And we do have the materials for it. It's just popping around because it does every 10. Alright, since we're on an ad break real fast, I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to back off, let this run while I quickly pop in the restroom, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, and I am back. Alright, so what's going on? Okay, so let's see what we got all sitting in here. Alright. So, I have 75 stadium chairs for the cannon. Make sure it's pointed the right way, because that's a hell of a lot of chairs. Alright. So you need 2 of those, 15 of these, and then 6 hamsters. So give me 6 of the hamsters. So we could send those to Maximilian, so that Maximilian can practice evicting them from their hamster homes in preparation of being a real estate mogul. Okay, so 1 grandma's tiles table and 2 comfy chairs. Okay. 2 comfy chairs. And where's grandma's tile table? Does the company claw back market share by fulfilling contracts that you have sat on too long? No. It is purely a single direction thing. They just sit there and get flipped off. That's their existence. And then we sabotage them and stuff like that. But for all intents and purposes, we do everything and they don't really participate at all. It's just a thing for, like, story-wise having something of a pressure against you. We're down to only 6 contracts. We're gonna get more because we have 23% to go, and we only recently got this one group.
Uh-huh.
There it is. Luxury mobility upgrade. I have no intention of interrupting my relaxation for travel. I walked all my life. Please equip me with the automatic driving seat for every room of my mansion. Tree felling bet. My arch enemy had a bet going on that he bets you can't cut down a colorful bouquet of trees in no time. I bet you can. Don't let me down, young friend. Gravity is optional. I spent a fortune escaping life's inconvenience. Gravity is simply the next expense to eliminate. Build me a few hover seats so that I may lounge part of the unnecessary spacious living room. Wooden fuels artisan production. We don't burn regular wood. We burn highly curated timber. Harvest something rare, something that smells like inherited wealth.
We're in the money.
So sell 120 electrical wood. I have 3. Okay. 15 hover chairs. Let's get that going. $15 hover chairs. And while that happens, they probably replaced your character with AI and now bankrupt that they, but you can't tell from here. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Literally, the canon of this story is you're working at the company, and it's just like a super abusive corporation, like limiting your coffee breaks to like 1 coffee break per day and all that kind of stuff, and whatnot. And then they unceremoniously fire you and replace you with an AI. I'm just kind of chopping down trees as we move around. Hit the different types of trees since we have one that is literally to just cut down a whole variety of different trees. I know I had stone trees to still do. Let's go get one of the crystal trees just to get that done. Then we're going to run back down there because behind us is crystal trees. Or sorry, stone trees. And I didn't catch what the forest one was because I know there was I think it's metal trees, stone trees, crystal trees, and I'm blanking. Either way. Because that's one, when I cut down the trees, that should be enough that it just counts that we're good. Okay, so the only tree that we haven't cut down that I can think of, for like rare trees or whatever, is the palm trees. So let's run over here real fast. The palm trees are right down this way. Aren't there golden trees? I already cut them all down, and I've checked a couple times, and they did not seem to reappear. They might reappear, but I don't think she listed those as one of the trees to cut down. If it is. There we go. Hey, Suey. Thank you so much for the raid, and the both on YouTube and on Twitch. For those who don't know, Suey, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Doing some Project Zomboid tonight. Hope you had a good time with your Project Zomboid and all that stuff. For those popping in here, well, again, first of all, check out Suey. Absolutely fantastic. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Plays like Project Zomboid, RimWorld, a whole bunch of other stuff. Good times. Well, for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I play a variety of games of here on Twitch. And tonight we are playing Chop Chop Inc. Which is definitely not us being, like, incredibly, like, malicious towards our former employer who was awful. And who fired us and then replaced us with AI. And now we are trying to wipe them off of the face of the earth. We're very, very much in the end game as a heads up. Like, we're, like, right at the tail end of the game. It kind of gives you some vibes of, like, the Planet Crafter or Subnautica, but, like, less about terraforming and stuff like that. But still the exploration kind of thing. Okay, so, first, do not put the electric wood in here. The other wood is fine. We're keeping the electric wood on our person because I need it for stuff. You're not doing a normal run. When you keep dying, you're going to the world. You're working on getting skills back up after a death that was not fair of the game. Yeah, no, my most recent Project Zomboid death, I died due to a crash. I was doing the military base and I crashed, and it respawned the zombies up the staircase above me while I was down the staircase. So I got squished between two groups, and I tried to make it work, but you know, it is what it is. Oh my god, so many quests from her. Okay. The face of the trust. I'm investing in a new bank, built on transparency. The crystal safe is our logo, and we need an interior to match that image. I'm hosting a charity gala and our guests have deep pockets. Let's encourage them to open them with an elegant bar. It's amazing how much more charitable people are when they drink with a drink in hand. You went through a window with a table under it and phased through the table, had zombies phase through the solid chair to get you, and then you got stuck and said table. Yup. The stable branch, by the way. Chefs deserve the best tool. My ingredients deserve the best home. Even the snacks need luxury.
Money, money, money.
Alpine Prestige Fleet. I want to invite the whole country club to my ski trip in the Swiss Alps. We all need some equipment. Can you provide us some classic yet stylish functional equipment?
Uh-huh.
A small reminder, I keep forgetting how much of the city I actually own. A crystal table would help me remember.
Uh-huh.
Networking price. I want to teach my grandchild that golf is about more than sports. It's where relationships are built, deals are discussed, and the family traditions continue. I need equipment for everyone.
Catching.
Art you can sit on. My art gallery needs the next sensation. Make something beautiful, bizarre, and impossible to forget. It needs to be cheap to manufacture but expensive to sell. Alright, you go ahead and get your self-care again. Thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Alright, so what do we even have in here anymore? A bunch of hover chairs and coconut bras. It is what it is. Okay, so we're still making the hover chairs. Those need more light bulbs. Let's go ahead and start the light bulbs. Add recipe, do this. Okay, and 20. Meanwhile, I need to go over here to electric wood. And we're going to go ahead and pet the chicken. The chicken has been successfully pet. Boy, 65. Okay, okay, so you wanted 15 of those. So I just need one more. There it is. So we could deliver our hover chairs by cannon. Okay, and that gave us credit for 2 different objectives. I do love that they double dip like that. It's such a silly thing. Okay, so you want 10 face stools and 10 leg armchairs. So 10 face stools. Okay, so 10 of these. Ten leg armchairs. Alright, and I need more lightning wood. I have a feeling we're gonna need so much more of so many things. We're just on this last handful of quests. Alright. I shall fix the fact that I'm automated on my job by automating myself on the next job. Yep, but the thing is, we're doing vengeance while we're at it. So we might be taking ourselves out of our own job. But at the same time, we are also taking down our former employer. So it's not about winning, it's about making sure they lose. Consolidated automation to get revenge, I like it. Considering we've, like, literally sent a turtle over there to, you know, set off TNT and attack my former colleagues and all sorts of stuff. Yep. Okay, so we got all that, so let's pop back down here. It's not about who wins or loses, it's a mutually assured destruction. So why are you not getting done? We need planks. Okay, get back to work on those. Now we can drop the metal trees in here. And I need more of the electric wood. Okay. $120 electric wood by drone. Alright, we'll drop that off. We haven't watched the drone come in for a delivery for a while. Let's hang with the drone. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out, all good stuff. Alright. So you are missing a bunch of those. If I hit the button here, that should unstick that for a minute. So we can get our face stools and our armchairs. Ooh, actually, so the armchairs need walnut beams. Let's go over here and add recipe, walnut beams. Alright, so got the face stools. And let's grab the recipe for a candy dispenser. And the candy dispenser requires 6 buckets of paint. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Alright, so the paint, I don't feel like dealing with this a lot. So let's go over here and I'm just going to say, boom, 100 paint. Done. Order. I'm doing pretty good. Getting towards the end of this game, getting to wrap it up, see how it concludes. So people want to see if I could sneak in this thing after delivery. I went too soon.
You better stay out of my way, otherwise I'll throw you out of my way.
It's fine. I forgot it delays just a moment before it shoots out the back, so it's ready to run in behind it. Instead, I took it right to the face. Alright, let's drop you over here. Egg. Okay, you want to send the candy dispenser via drone. 16 crystal ball stools. So, crystal bar stool. So I need 16 of those. And then I need 4 crystal tables. And then 4 candy dispensers. 12 personal mobility pods. They're down to the point where it's small enough numbers I can actually kind of keep track. Eight crystal safes. It's all gonna be by cannons anyways. Gonna wait on that. One upgraded. One of these. 9 golf clubs. Crystal dressers. And they'll probably stop at the 12 crystal dressers so far as like waiting to see what happens. Actually, there's the skis. Because it looks like some of these might actually overlap. Yeah, 20 wooden skis. So crystal bar stools. We got 10 so far. So I got the 4 candy dispensers. We can get these out of here. Got 5 of the personal mobility things. Alright, so what are we running out of? So that has material, you have material. You need batteries and light bulbs. You both need glass. Alright, so let's go ahead and check over here. Let's get a recipe for glass going. You are waiting on electric wood. I will need batteries. I'm gonna go light bulb recipe. Do that. It was 9 golf clubs by drone, so we could send that up. I'm gonna have to go get more electric wood. So, okay, the good news is we are processing electric wood as our thing there. Yeah, so we're just waiting for you to process, you need more electric wood. How are we doing on crystal wood? Are we good on crystal wood? Are we like... Yeah, we got a bunch of crystal wood. I mean, There's firewood as in you make firewood, but there's no firewood as in, like, it is plant, like, wood that's already, like, actively burning or whatever. It seems like every so often the skis kind of sink between the map. They're just so thin. That's concerning that I have the safes on there twice. Yeah, so you just need a couple more of those and we'll be good. There's another gold egg. I keep getting those. All right. Okay, so we got 10 leg and 10 face things. Those need to go in the cannon. So you and you. So one upgraded wooden holly. So you're waiting on glass. All of this is waiting on crystal. Yeah, so you're working on that now. Okay. So we've almost got that done. So we got 12 of those. We need 20. I'm pretty sure we had another set of them disappear through the ground, which is fine. We'll get everything we can out of it. And then we'll add in whatever the difference is. At least the wooden skis are cheap to make. Okay, so I need 2 more wooden skis. All right. Cool. So let's see here. So we got the wooden skis for 20 from the cannon. Got the upgraded table. Oh, wait. Upgraded table by drone. I think you're right.
Bling bling.
Yes, it's the 12 dressers. So add... ...12 crystal dressers. So, I have the 16 of these and the 4 of those, so let's send those by cannon. Millionaire almost. Have 100,000 in Chester's inventory. Okay, so what are we missing for the personal mobility things? Batteries and that. And electric wood. That's what's holding that up. Okay, so let's work on that for now. Alright. Yeah, so you're missing glass. You're missing electronics. So it's glass and electronics. So let's go up just in case we're low on those, because I actually don't know how we're doing in that. Let's grab some more crystal wood. Because, I mean, at this stage, I've got most of the stuff queued up. So I can just churn away while I go grab more wood. Alright. Yeah, no, we're definitely on the home stretch, considering I've only got 5 quests left. And I know I need to throw like $10,000 of furniture at them. But that should be as easy as just queuing up a bunch of furniture. And then just keep loading it into the cannon until, like, it says I've got the money there. Alright. So I can jump over here, chuck you in there, and those. We're at 4 dressers. So I need 1 more safe. Crystal ceiling lamp and 2 disco balls. Let's get that going. So disco ball, okay. 2. And then crystal ceiling lamps. Uh, 6. Yeah, so keep hopping around between the different stuff. You'll do 10 of these, and they'll do 10 of the next one, and you get the idea. Okay, and you're doing your light bulbs and your glass and all that, so we're good there. So we're making our dressers. That's personal mobility things. We need a couple more of those. Yeah, so 4 more of those. Okay, so you're not producing anything because you need light bulbs and glass. That's because this is probably happening back and forth between ingots and all that, and when it hops back and forth between that. Yeah. So there's bottlenecking on that a little bit. Okay. So I got tons of wood here. Tons of palm wood, lots of birch. That's all looking good. We've actually got a decent backlog of the electric wood. We actually have plenty of the other wood. It's honestly just it taking its time to get it done. Okay, so that should kick it back in because that's a bunch of glass. 3 more of those and we can send those on. That's the crystal saves, but that's at least one of the things done. Two more crystal dressers. Okay, it's waiting again. Cool, and with this, that'll be the end of the crystal dressers. Please stop smoking. It's just two objectives is all we've got left. And then it's just dump a bunch of furniture in there. Of which I will just queue up a bunch of random furniture of different types. Yeah, I'm assuming the last of it will be literally just feeding furniture into this to keep shooting at them. Yeah, I'm just seeing the glass and electric wood being thrown. There we go. Okay. Let's take a peek at the crystal wood and all that, see if any of our woods are running low. We're good on the birch. Crystal wood, we're in great shape. Electrical wood, we can use... I mean, we are processing that. We also have the metal wood we've got plenty of. Let's make sure this is still running solid. That's not the right thing. Yeah, it's fine. So it's just 2 more of those, which is waiting on light bulbs, and light bulbs are waiting on glass, I assume? Yep. Okay. There's both the disco balls. I think it's literally just light bulbs now is all we're missing. Yep. No, actually that one's glass, not light bulbs. So like I said, it's getting done. This will mean the last mobility chair. Hey, Pocket, how's it going? Come on. Give me the chair. Alright, so there's our 12 chairs by Cannon. And very last one. So I have 4 of the 6 crystal lamps, and I already have both the disco balls. And you're just missing a tiny bit of glass. And assuming no other quests come up, we're just going to tell this thing to start churning out furniture. Alright. So you and you. All right. So that should be all of the different factions with us, and now we just need to crush our former employer. So flip the lever. All right. So add recipe. Let's start with you are worth 400 something bucks. Just make it forever. Because you're just glass and ingots. You're honestly cheaper than a lot of this stuff. So we've got that. Let's try and find something that's got some value here that I don't need to worry about glass or ingots on. Yeah, the win edition is 220 thing. What is the PC worth? Where is that PC? The boombox is 229. Okay, so I think the controller was the best out of the circuit boards that I saw. Looking for something else worth a bit of money. Yeah, so some of these are dirt cheap to make. So we need to make it a volume thing. The rocking chairs were some good money. As is the nightstand. They overlap on materials. Grandma's tile table is probably a good one. Okay. I think that's good. Why is there chastity underwear? Because people wanted that. People were willing to buy it, and I'm willing to sell it. Who am I to judge? Okay, those are all pretty worthless. Let's go over here. Yeah, it's not gonna make that big a difference. I'll grab the golden eggs, because those we could definitely keep getting. I didn't mean to put that in there. I didn't mean to put this in here. Yeah, most of the rest of this isn't worth a whole lot. So we can drop the wood in here. That's better served being made into things. Drop the golden stuff in there. It's already over halfway. We're getting close. Getting real close. Just as long as we're collecting coin? Exactly. It's just business. Who am I to kink shame? I didn't even notice that button. weirdly, I don't see it, but that's fine. Alright, so with that... They want more. Okay, we will need to add on to the list here. Stonewood. Okay. Alright, so you're doing fine. You're doing fine. You need more walnut beams. Which you already have queued up. I'm probably out of walnut logs. Yep. Okay, well that all runs. Let's go grab some walnut. Yeah, I can't fight back. Yep. So ultimately, it looks like the stuff I can get the most reliably is the metal and the glass. There's a lot of stuff I can make that's pretty decent money, just metal and glass. Which is the metal trees and the crystal trees. Right now, I still have it producing a bunch of the electric wood. If we do start running low on where the... Actually, no. Did I switch it from the electric wood to the metal wood? It's fine. So I've got all this. It's a shame the food is basically worthless. It's got, like, so little value. Okay. Apparently, oh! So if we hit that, it puts it directly into the cannon? Ah! That's nice, much better. Yeah, so we're gonna run a circuit board soon. You're getting all that sorted. They're already over halfway there. How are we doing on crystal and metal wood? Crystal wood, we're very low. Metal wood, we're in great shape. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a trip up for crystal wood while we're waiting for that to process. Good shocker. We're using our materials about as fast as we can. You get behind the premise of the game. Yeah, you got fired in a completely inappropriate way. So just full sour grapes. It also cited something that, like, you were almost eligible for, like, your pension, and you were almost eligible for a guaranteed raise and all that stuff, cited as reasons for your termination. It was like the over the top, like, you know, really crappy stuff that companies have gotten in trouble for over the years about, you know, letting people go right before they be qualified for things that would cost them money, like that kind of whole shadiness. Alright. Okay, so we got another thing we need to be making. I need to make a bunch of you. As you work at a job that can't necessarily be replaced with AI, they tried automating stuff, but it doesn't work if the operator can't physically see the parts and their condition as they come out. Yeah. Usually a lot of optimization, you know, the thing you talk about in the past is like, oh, you know, it's going to replace your job. Usually it's not quite like that. A lot of times it's more, you know, the person, like, it's made a bit more efficient, and so where maybe you needed 10 people to do the job before, now you can get away with 9, like that kind of thing, which still removes jobs, certainly. But, like, a lot of times they're worried about the entire manufacturing plant being taken over by robots. It's like, well, usually it's all those, like, little efficiency bonuses that slowly kind of ticks away the number of people working that role. Oh yeah, Inglorious. There was a lot of that, especially in the software dev, that a lot of people got let go, and they had to turn around and hire them back because they lost all that institutional knowledge. Okay, so I'm going to be wanting to have any and all glass go through here, so we're going to take the limit off of that. And you're all waiting on electric wood, which we do have coming in. Let's go run up here and grab some electric wood. I'll just take the lift. Let's see. Your biggest problem is the automation robots cause more problems than solutions. They've been trying to cut back using them unless strictly necessary. Yeah, there's some stuff that, like, using automation robots can work out pretty well. There's other tasks that, like, handing it off to the robots, like, okay, but you need to have your people involved enough as is. You're not really benefiting that much. It seems almost as if CEOs who don't do any of the actual work have no clue. That is, I used to consult on the side for, like, you know, kind of the IT manufacturing kind of stuff. And that was 90% of my job was just, I would go onto the floor where people who were, like, actually doing the work, the machinists and all that, and it'd be like, hey, you know, let me sit with you and see how you do your process and all that kind of stuff, and then going, okay, like, what are your pain points? What are the things that are, like, kind of hurting your ability to do your job? And it was always one of those things that's like, yeah, you know, you could just sit down and you could, like, don't get me wrong, sometimes they would get caught in the weeds where, like, what they were getting upset about was kind of a nothing burger. And that happens. You'd have a lot of people with kind of those, but you could kind of work through which ones were of substance and not. But yeah, no, it's basically half of the job was just listening to the employees and then taking what the employees said right up, you know, the chain of command or whatever. Which, I even had one being like, you know, it's like, you just told me the same thing my employees tell you. It's like, yeah, and apparently I had to spend a lot of money to listen. It's like, they're not wrong. If you weren't like just kind of going and be like, oh, well, they're just a machinist, I need to hire someone, it's more expensive to tell me the same thing. It's like, hey man, if you wanted to spend more money to get the same answer, that's fine. It's pretty rare that people are actually doing the job didn't know where like the pain points were and all that. So one of your CEOs came to your plant, got demoted by corporate for causing 2 weeks of backlog moving machines just because he wanted to be able to see all the way back of the shop floor from the cafeteria door. Yup. The one I always hated when I ran into where you'd have someone to take over like a new VP role or whatever, and they would change things just to change things. Like, they would change things because they needed to make sure that they had some kind of touch on what was going on. You know, whether it was to, like, justify their existence or that they were very controlling. Whatever the reason was, that's not even that important. But, like, they had to get their fingers in there somewhere. That's every higher up. No, I've had higher ups that got hired into roles that they're like, basically they're, you know, keeping the ship right, you know, and eventually they'll obviously change something sooner or later. But it's the ones that they hop in and within like a month or two of taking their role, they're making some like major upheaval on how processes are done or whatever. Man, I almost feel like if I was ever in that like CEO position, and you're like, okay, you know, the previous VP retired or whatever, or you know, got hired in by another company, whatever. You know, I've got to move someone into an executive position. And if they're like day one kind of thing, being like, okay, we're changing all this stuff, it's gonna be immediately bring them back to the office and be like, I'm gonna need you to walk through every last bit of this in very fine detail as to why you're doing it. Because it's one thing if this is something you've been sitting here the whole time planning and just the other person was in the way. I can respect that. I've not been like in the VP position, but I've definitely been in positions where there's things that really shouldn't have been done the way they were doing it, but there was someone in the way that was just kind of, they had their process and they weren't going to allow you to change it. And that's fair enough. But like, when it's, you know, a sweeping like restructure, reorg, it's like, all right, you gotta bring a lot to the table to justify this. I'm definitely someone who has been at companies who would do like their restructure reorg every year, but don't worry, once everyone gets adjusted to the new system, it'll be more productive than the previous one before they change it again next year. And I definitely had that conversation more than once with the CEO of the company being like, hey, you keep talking about once we get used to it, but you change it so fast, no one ever gets that second part. So all you're doing, like literally not changing anything, would be more efficient. All right? Another round. Okay, I need to talk to Chester. Fantastic news, partner. The town people are now on your side. Everyone loves your cobbled-together rickety furniture and thinks it's great how you treat Fernox. They want you to finish Fernox off once and for all. Since I'm sure that's in your best interest, I've come up with a plan. First, we need to... Whoa, what's that? What the... Okay, now we need to be at the peak of the phone. Well, forget the plan. Go check out what just crashed over there. Maybe we'll get lucky and it's a spaceship with death rays or something. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, now we know why we need to be at the top of that mountain. Because we got that forever ago. And then there was, like, nothing up there. It's like, there's got to be something that happens later. Because for all the effort it took to get up there, and then it to be like, here is one stack of rocks for you to knock over. It was like, there's got to be more. Let's see. Oh, CEO hired a third-party consulting company last 2 years on January to axe people. We lost one guy from our team because his job could be automated. In reality, not even close, and now everyone has more work, so other things get delayed. Yep. Well, that's honestly a very common thing happening right now, is just people getting let go, and then regardless of if the automation does anything or whatever, you just then have everyone else kind of assume the work. So it's just basically rewards them for doing it. It was one of the things that I pushed back on a lot of people, being like, hey, if they let people go and you can't hit your deadlines, you do not pick up the slack. You just let the deadline get blown, which is a hard thing to do. It's like, you got shorted people, and now you're expected to pick up slack? No. Whatever the ETA was is now that much slower. Wow, just look at that. A real military satellite. Unbelievable. What does that say? GDIASAT? In handwritten, Kane lives underneath it? Okay, whatever. Change of plans. Rip the circuits out of that thing, stick them on a PC, and press a button and see what happens. Yeah, we do exactly 0 overtimes when things are slipping. Yep. That is what you should do when they cut your staff and they expect you to fill in the gap. You just go, okay. Alright, so with this, we're going to remove that. Remove all these things from the list here. And we'll need to add the PC. Or actually, I already have a PC. I think it literally just wants me to set it up. Set up the orbital control station next to the work hall. Oh. Well, that's actually a lot of stuff. Okay, so we'll pin this. Alright, so you need to make me a PC. That's fine. And then we're going to go over here. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you to make a circuit board for me. Alright, let's start looking for all the materials. So, 24 of these. Done. 32 ingots. Done. Hamster. Done. The PC's coming. I need 8 of you. Done. I have to buy party balloons, apparently. Well, that was underwhelming. I mean, We went for a ride. Oh, good. There's the PC. All right. So we got you here. Vaporize your past. Bye-bye, Fernox. Stomp Fernox into the ground. Talk to Chester. Holy cow! That'll teach him. Fernox will think twice in the future before firing an employee like that again. Well, I guess that's it, then. Fernox's history. Your vendetta is over. Back when you landed face first right in front of me, I would have never thought that such a pathetic, scrawny sack of flesh like you could pull it off. Apparently, my genius has rubbed off on you over time. You too, Chester. Okay, I get it. Now listen carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. I'm proud of you. That was a fantastic job. Well done, partner. There, said it. You missed the trees and the rainbow? Oh, look, a little bird. I guess it's not going to get any better. Now that you have achieved total dominance in the furniture business, what are you going to do next? There's still that thing with the ducks that won't let me rest. I'm going to sit back and enjoy a cup of coffee for now. Yeah, I reckon you earned yourself a little cup of coffee. After all that stress. Don't overdo it. Coffee's expensive, and we've got a furniture empire to run. See you around. You've stomped Fernox into the ground and completed the main story, but the world around you still holds many secrets to discover. Can you find them all? No. No, we helped the trees. That's right, trees. We're coming for you next. Do it. All right. You love the hamster-powered PC. So yeah, so if we check on the stuff we've got going on our thing, progress-wise, everything is maxed out. Get 34/35% of citizens on your side. Destroy Fernox. Enjoy coffee. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Hang on. Hang on. We have to actually enjoy our coffee. But I had a coffee. Alright, so looking at the achievements, I am missing all but one achievement. There's a secret developer room. The only achievement I'm missing is there is a secret developer room. I'm going to guess it's over here, because we found something previously, and then I died trying to explore around it, and it was a weird underground, like, area. It was around here somewhere. Yeah, so there's this tunnel. Let's try going the other way, because I believe it went up there last time. I don't think that improved my situation at all. Okay, I know what the tunnel is now. But that's where my guess is it's going to be over in this stuff, because we found, like, a lava flow down there, and it could just be I was seeing things without the textures and all that. Tonight there won't be more, because we've already been going for over 9 hours. Yeah, the fact that they put, like, a little green bush here really makes me think this is the direction I need to be going. Did you figure out the well? I did not figure out the well. Yeah, so that's the tunnel there. We dropped down over here the last time. Yeah, we got over here a previous time, like really early on in the game. And then clearly the textures are all messed up here. I mean, this feels very developer room-esque, considering it's got the grid scaling drawn on it. Like, do you know what room that is on the other side? No idea. So a lot of times you can get under these things and jump through them. Like that classic collision issue. There's definitely a door there. You just get... back over here. Is there anything I have that makes any kind of light? There it is. Oh, I just murdered Kathy. I didn't read it, I was just like, balloon. Thanks for playing Chop Chop Inc. Select partners. So this is Sebastian. Sebastian's dead. Thanks for playing. We made you cake. It's a cake from Portal. Oh, I can't equip the gold sword. Giveaway time. I'm giving away 10 keys. Giveaway for the full version of Chop. This is a message, you know, from their Discord. Wolfgang, I'm taking your controller. You can't have it. Daniel. Felix. Paul. I like that it's clearly just took their face and they put it as a texture on the balloons. It's all stretched. The different tiers of axes. Yeah, it's a cool little nod just to have, like, you know, it's probably the whole team, like developers, QA people, you know, just whoever's at the company. All your different all your different hand gestures. All right. The game made by gamers, so much compassion. Just running around seeing what he can destroy to be looted. Well, I mean, that's just gamers. Yeah, so we've 100% of the game. Nothing left. All the achievements done. So yeah, so that's going to be it for tonight. Tomorrow, we are going to be checking out the Big Ambitions 1.0 release. For those who haven't seen Big Ambitions on the channel before, I have played it before. It's kind of like a serial entrepreneur tycoon style game that basically get dropped into the New York City, Manhattan Island, as an 18-year-old, and your Uncle Fred, you know, helps you get a nice little start. You work your hourly job for a couple of days or whatever, start, like, opening a gift shop, and then slowly build up an entire, like, corporate empire where you sit there and build out more and more businesses, and then you get logistics set up, and you get, like, human resources and, you know, manufacturing and all that kind of stuff. But so you only know Big Ambition because of Let's Game It Out. Yeah, no, and I played the game, like, way back, and all that stuff, but yeah. No, it's fun, but it's going 1.0 tomorrow, and that should be a lot of fun. I've been looking forward to that. So I'll probably do that for at least a day or two or whatever. We'll see how long that people kind of stick with that. And then we'll move on to whatever's next. I did also get a key for the new Star Wars Zero Company. That was one of the things that we potentially might have played today. We had a poll earlier in the stream after I finished Luz Lagoon. I played Luz Lagoon, and then we decided we're going to switch halfway through stream. And then this won the poll between that and the Star Wars Zero Company. But yeah, so tomorrow we'll do Big Ambitions. At some point we might check out Zero Company and all that on the channel and all that good stuff. Should be a fun time. But with all that said, we are going to go ahead and save the game. And for those watching over on YouTube, the stream is going to be ending abruptly because I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in over there. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For those over here on Twitch, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future.